Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I have a box of PlayStations that need to be worked on. So let's get through the people in the chat. We have Hardware Hacker. Hi, Hardware Hacker. We have Kibbs with Retro. Hi, Kibbs. Yes, it's an early stream. I started early yesterday too, and I'll start early Friday. Next week, I'm back on regular schedule. Thomas Armstrong asking, what sound does a PS2 make? Not one that I can succinctly describe. It's like a swirly noise or some kind of swirly noise. I'm sure there's probably 50,000 YouTube videos of it booting. The more important noise though is what sound does a PlayStation 1 make? That's the one that lives in my brain. Yep, and you are early, Thomas, and yes, you had time to make coffee. All right, let's see here. We also have GeoHam. Hi, GeoHam, and it's not even evening yet. Yes, all right, so Coffee Goal link is in the description. Sadmac says, hi, Sadmac, I can't describe that either, but I can hear it. Yeah, I can hear it too. And because the name has been invoked, I guess it's time for the following.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
Yes, who comes up with these titles anyways, indeed. Hi, Jack, welcome. Yes, we are going to go to Wheel of Regrets, and this should be no surprise. We are going to continue looking at, for briefly, because I have a box of PS1s that need worked on, we're going to look at the Performa 475 and see if this logic board will do anything. This board has been through the ultrasonic cleaner. It has been in an isopropyl alcohol bath, and it has been allowed to dry, and I do not like the way it looks. So let's zoom right into the ROMs, and first of all, you will notice there is crust around the ROMs. It is now without a processor, though. Yes, indeed. Yes, for anyone that missed the announcement yesterday after I pulled the processor out of the ultrasonic cleaner, it lost a pin in the ultrasonic cleaner, and unfortunately that is a signal pin, and it's probably not going to work. Hi, Doc. We have the Game Doc 04 here. Is this one of your 72-hour streams? No, we're only going for about 8 hours today, with a planned hydration break at least once. But yes, so this is our poor XC68 LC040 RC25B RIP edition. Because it probably won't, although I guess there's probably no harm in trying it, but I don't think it's going to work. I think I need a CPU. That's why I do have this board here we can borrow the CPU from. So, yeah, so you'll get to experience the great Be Right Back music. Yes, but anyways, let's take care of a few things on this board to see if I can maximize the chance it'll actually do something. So first of all, these ROMs look crusty, so I am based on a pro tip from Brandon Bishop, who repairs Mazda car stereos. And does tech videos and live streams. He's actually been on YouTube for quite a while. Anyways, he told me that if you just put deoxit around crusty chips, it'll sometimes work its way under and around and through and kind of blast some of the crud, and it might work. And actually, wow, that actually looks infinitely better right there. Yeah, so anyways, that might help there. Also, I was noticing the SCSI chip looks a bit scuzzy. I guess we can, guess maybe I can, well, that, maybe we'll just, maybe I'll just put some deoxit around all the chips just to maybe bust any last corrosion around the chips. Alright, well, there's the SCSI. Yeah, that is the SCSI chip. That Zilog chip, that looks fine. Yeah, those kind of look fine. I think the memories look fine. It's just like, I think these chips that are closer to electrolytic capacitors, I think we will get the egret here. Now, I haven't recapped this board, but we were just wondering what it would do. That kind of looks crusty there. So, I'm just going to put some of this anywhere where it looks excess crusty, like around the ASIC here. Quite possible I'm going to have to reflow that chip at some point, but that one, all right, we'll kind of do that. I mean, hey, if this kind of beats the corrosion now, the one thing I do really want to do yeah, I really do want to let some deoxit get into this socket here. Especially where I think that pin was that the processor, that pin that the processor corroded on really bad. I think it's going to be, I think it's one of the ones down there. No, I think it's one of the ones on the top. Hold on. Let me rotate the chip the way it would have been in the socket. Oh, no. It's going to be... I'll show you which one it is. It already has deoxit on it, but I'll... It was going to be 1, 2, 3... It's going to be this one right here. So, I just drizzled some extra deoxit down there. Now, I'm going to let that have a moment to maybe get into the socket. Then I will wipe the excess off the top of the socket, because there's no need for me to make a huge mess on the other processor. But yeah, I'll kind of let that soak in a little bit, and... Alright. While we wait for that, let's go ahead and pull this processor off of this board. I mean, I don't have any reason to believe this processor is non-functional, even though I couldn't get this board to do anything. Its chipset probably needs to be reflowed too. I decided I would rather use a 68LC040 than a 68040. because the LCO40s are the lesser liked in the Macintosh world. They don't have the math coprocessor built in for anyone that isn't familiar with the... Yes, we're in Wheel of Regrets, Kibbs. This is not a PlayStation. If Apple had bought Sony's PlayStation division, though, then, the startup sound would maybe sound like the Power Mac sound. The plastic case would be, like, brittle as all get out. And it would have probably been called the Pip Station. I just made that part up, by the way. the Macintosh PlayStation. Actually, Apple likes to reuse product names, so maybe they would have just called it the Newton. And then the second generation would have come out. They would have called it the Newton. And then the third generation would come out, and they would call it the Newton. But it would have an internal product number that you would have to get to figure out which Newton you actually had. All right, so for the Performa 475, the two VRAM sims look okay. They don't look phenomenal, but they look okay. There's like a couple spots where I think the solder might have corroded, but I'm just going to drizzle a little bit of deoxit into the VRAM sim sockets, because the LC475 motherboard does not have VRAM on the motherboard. You have to install two VRAM sims. However, there is onboard RAM, so I will, for two reasons, decline to install the sim. First of all, for troubleshooting, it sometimes helps to just use the fewest components possible. And second of all, it's a bit more challenged in its appearance. In fact, I'm not... Oh, actually, maybe all those solder joints are there. Well, if... Okay, I thought for some reason there were missing solder joints. But maybe that was before I... Maybe that... Actually, they do look missing when they're wet. Okay, some of them are definitely not shiny, but I think the solder is there. They would have called the PlayStation's Pippin, yeah. But you would have had the Pippin 1,1 and the Pippin 2,1, and then maybe you'd had the Pippin 3,1 and 3,2. Maybe we will just kind of... It was part of the purchase, so we'll put the VRAM sim, or the RAM sim in. Alright, so there we go. There's that. Now, we are not going to use this power supply because I'm afraid of it. It looks charbroiled, if you ask me. No, I am not trusting this power supply. Not at least without putting it in color. Yeah, it's you can see compared. So reference this color, and then look at the color of the board around the transformer. It's kind of... I mean, I don't see any leaky caps on it, but I've yet to find one of these LC power supplies that wasn't leaking. Although, honestly, the thing is, the eBay seller probably tested the thing. I mean, maybe we could. Should probably put that in a case, but the only problem is my smart outlet. All right, let me power cycle my smart outlet. I got a new uninterruptible power supply, and I installed it before the stream. It's the uninterruptible power supply that my router and cable modem are on. So naturally, I had to unplug the router and cable modem to plug them in, and I had a couple of my smart devices just not reconnect. So if I can get my smart outlet to reconnect, then we will test with the original power supply, because that way I have a switch that I can use remotely to turn it off, so I don't have to try to use that switch there, which now that is on. But if my smart outlet is not working, I will go grab a... Oh, I'm getting a phone call. A phone call from a number I don't recognize. Well, that's probably a scam caller. And it went to voicemail, so I'll get to... Oh, you know, it's actually probably not a scam caller. I bet that's the trash company reminding me that they're closed on Thursday. So since my trash day is Friday, they collect Saturday. Okay, probably not a scam call. Let's see if I'm right when the voicemail comes in. All right, I think my smart outlet has reconnected to the internet. Oh, wow, I haven't had that caller in a while. That was the Chinese embassy scam call. Or it probably was. Jesse, hi, Jesse. Glad I could remind you that it's trash day. Jesse said, I gotta put the trash out. All right, so I'm going to go behind my safety blast shield. And I'll turn the power supply on. 3, 2, oh wait. I just realized something. How are we going to know if it worked if I'm cowering behind the safety blast shield? There we go. I'll be able to check for video after it boots. All right. So let's see here. So assuming we don't have sparks, I'm now on VGA 1, so I'll be able to switch the video signal. I don't have a speaker connected. That would require feats of strength, because the speakers are like... I don't think the speakers will lose. Hold on. Let me see if I can get the speaker out of that old case. I was thinking they were riveted in place. I could be wrong. Oh, I just put them in place. Oh. And I should probably disclaim that you should never probably never test one of these computers like this with the power supply open like that because there's definitely high voltage exposed. So this is for entertainment purposes only. Do not replicate. See, I am going behind my safety blast shield. All right, smoke test in 3, 2, 1. That was. Oh, that's right. These require a battery. That's right. All right, so that I'm not dorking with the jump start method. Oh, please. Let's actually not entirely sure the power supply even powered up. All right, let's put a battery in here. There's a battery holder. All right, battery holder. Batteries. Where did I put my batteries? I had batteries around here somewhere. Oh, please, I'm still looking for the package of batteries that I thought I had around here. And because I'm about to drop stuff on the floor, let me move this motherboard. Well, please continue to hold. I have apparently misplaced the batteries that I thought I had on my bench. All right, let me find All right, I just got to find a coin cell battery. Wait a minute, I thought I ordered some the other day. Alright, let me find a Mac that's got a coin cell battery in it. Alright, it'll be quicker for me to just grab a different power supply. Okay, found a battery. The reason why I'm so in need of a battery is because I don't want to have to try to jumpstart this Performa. Alright. Alright, theoretically we have power. I hear clicking out of the speaker. Alright, let's do a quick voltage check. Five volts. We do not. Alright. Yes, you can trick this by turning it on and off real fast. However, I don't have the power supply in a case. I am not. In fact, this thing I am treating as a live rocket right now. Okay, we don't have a proper 12-volt rail. You better believe I'm assuming the cap is still charged. We had like 7 to 8 volts. Therefore, I have deemed that power supply not functional. And I'll have to go find another one. Because I don't have a... Oh yeah, we still have like 56 volts on this cap. We're below 40. Alright, the main cap is down to a touch-safe voltage. Yeah, if you're doing this with the power supply exposed, do not touch the PSU. This is for entertainment purposes only. And now I've confirmed the main cap is down to a touch-safe voltage. But I have confirmed the power supply is not outputting 12 volts, so it needs a recap. In fact, I bet if I smell it now, carefully, I bet I will smell filet-o-fish. Well, I thought I would smell filet-o-fish. All right, this power supply is not outputting proper voltages. All right, that means I need to grab another power supply. And that means I'm going to have to steal one from another Mac. Hi, Bruce. Welcome. We're testing the Performa 475 that's gotten an ultrasonic clean, an isopropyl alcohol bath, and some deoxit. And I gotta go. The original power supply is not outputting proper voltages, so I gotta go. Oh, and this is not the original CPU. For those of you that just recently joined, this is the original CPU. The pin fell off in the ultrasonic cleaner. Yes, I wish the pin had to do with the non-existent math coprocessor. All right. I know this power supply works. It's one of the two we rebuilt last Thursday. Jesse says I'm going to need to rewatch the other stream I missed 12 years. All right. Well, theoretically... Oh, no, of course we don't have power. I turned the smart outlet off while I was... There we go. Hey! We had a chime! And a sad Mac. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I should probably pull this sim out. This sim is, yeah, that... Okay, let me pull the sim out. You think my scaler's on the wrong input? I don't think it's on the wrong input, because if you notice, it detects a signal, or a sync, but we have no... Yeah, you had a test pattern because the Mac was sad-macking. Then I removed the sim that I had installed for some stupid reason. The sim is probably borked. And we have Yeah, it looks like we, Alright, got one more idea. Alright. Sadmax says, that do it, brain's not braining. Hardware Hacker says, my brain is no longer braining today either. Alright, let's take two of these VRAM sims here. They're from a VRAM card, and I know they work because I think I had them in the Quadra 700 because of reasons. All right. Okay. Had chime. Hmm. Well, it would appear as if this board needs some more advanced troubleshooting because, yeah, we get a chime, but we don't ever get any video output. So something is still wrong with it. All right, let me see if I see anything obvious. I mean, it could be capacitor related. Because it hasn't been recapped. It's possible maybe we don't have enough capacitance to regular troubleshooting. Well, I don't have a serial cable to plug into the diagnostic port on this one. Because if you'll remember on my 2SI, I soldered it to the test header. Because the 475 might have a diagnostic mode. Plus, there's still some corrosion around chips, so I don't know. Maybe I might give it a citric acid bath or something. Anyways, I guess there's one curiosity. Let's see what this other 475 board does. Maybe because now that I'm like not at the end of a stream trying to test it. Anyways, all right. So this board probably needs another cleaning. It's going to need a recap for sure, but also there's some more troubleshooting to do. There's something. There's something that's letting it read the ROMs and chime, but then it's failing. start up at some point. Or it's... I mean, it could just be the video's not getting initialized. I mean, it... Alright, good news is we did not lose any pins on the processor. You know, there is one thing I probably should have done. Alright, let me put the processor back in. It just dawned on me. Jack says, not sure the 475 has a diagnostic mode. Probably, but it's not listed on the spreadsheet. I haven't tried it myself. Alright, I just sprayed some contact cleaner into the video port. Okay, I've got the switches on the adapter set to 3, 4, 5, and 8. So 3, 4, 5 on A and 8 on B. Which I'm pretty sure that's correct for 640 by 480. Alright, so contact cleaner... Why not? Some advanced level contact cleaner spraying. Just to flush under those chips. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I forgot to plug the speaker in. Oh, and I forgot to turn the smart outlet back on. Alright. We have a gray background and a mouse cursor. There's some corrosion still on the board somewhere. Jesse says, channel not sponsored by TDK. Oh, but the original power supply wasn't a TDK. The original power supply in this one was an Aztec, I believe. And there we go. We have a flashing question mark, folks. I don't have a blue SCSI at the ready because this is a PlayStation stream. Alright. It boots. It probably needs recapped. Well, it definitely needs recapped. Probably needs cleaned some more. Yeah, recapping this Mac stream coming soon. That and trying to flush the... Yeah, it chimed and we got the gray screen. There's some corrosion somewhere on the board that I think that last blast of contact cleaner flushed it out. So... Yeah, for sure. We'll have a 475 stream at some point. Although if it says anything, that's what the speaker looks like from that, the one I got. The Performa 475. In fact, I think pretty much I think the case is a lost hope, because it's like the case is falling apart. Sylvester says, "You're still streaming?" Yeah, I am still streaming. No. I mean, hi, Sylvester. Nope, this week it's Thanksgiving week in the US. I've had some time off, so I thought I would do some slightly longer streams than normal. Hardware Hacker says, since it's a PlayStation stream, you should have used a Sony power supply. Well, Sony, possibly to their credit, Sony did not make a power supply for the LC pizza box style computers. So I could not use a Sony power supply, not without some adapter that's not been made. But yeah, Sony didn't make any of the, they didn't make any of these style power supplies for Apple. It was TDK, Aztec, and, I forget the third company, because I don't know if they made very many of them, at least in the US, but Jesse says, my hat goes off to people that trek through these 6-hour plus streams. Yes. Thank you. All right, let me put this away and get the PlayStation. Whew. All right. Let's see here which PlayStation I want to work on first. Oh, there we go. That's our first victim right there. So, first up in our PlayStation repair stream, we have... All right, first of all, I think in a previous stream, or possibly on Dave's stream or something, I've already gone through all of these. So I do know these are all NTSC region, or I forget what Sony calls the region. It might NTSC A consoles, I believe. As in US market, NTSC. There's not been any shenanigans of swapping motherboards that happened that I can tell. Unlike the Nintendo 64. So, I know, in fact, I think I know that unless I've noted otherwise, they all have video output. And you can't get anything past Sylvestron, as he correctly identified. This is a 1001. Yes, these are SCEA consoles. Sony Computer Entertainment America, as opposed to SCEE or SCE. I think in some regions it's just Sony Computer Entertainment. or Sony Computer Entertainment Europe. But yeah, these are the SCEA. Yep, there we go. NTSC UC consoles. US and Canada. This one I think was refurbished at one point by Sony. And yeah, this one's going to be easy to test because we have, not only do we have the AV multi out, but we have the video out directly on it. These early units do have the parallel I/O port, and this one's got the cover on it, which we'll remove. And according to my test notes, this one has a Mitsumi SR670. I believe that's the power supply type. It is a PU8. That's the motherboard type. And additionally, we have the problem that the spindle is broken. So I am going to open this up, and I can indeed see that spindle is very much broken. Sadmax says, yeah, I remember the optical drive problems. So I have not been able to test the optical drive in this unit because the spindle is broken. Now, before I go through the trouble of recapping this unit, and I think I have another box of caps that I may have to go grab that have some of the Sony PlayStation caps in them. I have, from eBay, the place where I buy all the things I later regret, I have a replacement spindle. So before I bother to do anything else with this console, I'm hoping the spindle will work in it. It doesn't quite look the same. But I do want to try to replace the spindle and then see if this console is worth repairing. Because if this one's not worth repairing, it probably is worth... let me rephrase that. If the optical drive doesn't work, then its repair method will be different. I would like to know that now. Sylvestron says, are we taking bets on whether there'll be a bonus item inside? Yes. Some of these do have bonus items inside. I actually have 2 of these that have bonus items. That is my code word for, I suspect on a 30-year-old console, no one is probably caring, but you can never be too careful these days when computers are the ones that decide whether or not you're talking smack about other computers. Sylvestron says, it's pretty rare to find one these days that doesn't. Yes, let's not get any overly enthusiastic folks or computers mad at us. Yes, indeed. All right. So this one, the case is irregularly yellowed, but the door opens and closes. I have 2 of them that do. I don't know if this is one of them. Anyways, the first thing we need to do is try to remove the spindle that is currently on there. Okay, I am feeling better about the spindle because even though it looks different, it looks like it looks like it'll work. I think it's just a different style. I think it might technically be one for a PS1, but if it fits, then it'll probably hold the disc. Because, yeah, it looks like the label and it says, replacement repair part spindle hub turntable for PS1 for Sony PlayStation 1, PS1, CD, laser head, lens disc, motor cap holder, color for PS1. From Shenzhen Hongming Trading Company Limited. Don't even ask me to try to read the street address. The font's too small. All right, somewhere I have a brand new set of thickness gauges that I'm sure I've probably managed to misplace because of course I did. So, actually, if I was thinking, I would have put them in the lower drawer. All right, not sure what I did with them. We'll make do. Have 6 hours to stress. Yeah. Okay, don't know what I did with the depth gauges that I bought. Of course, I would have misplaced them. Probably one of my next shirt designs will be, of course I misplaced them. That would, all right, well, we will get the, all right, well, all right, let me see if I can get the spindle off. Oh, okay. Looks like the spindle is, there we go. The spindle has come off, whether or not it liked it. And now we will press the new spindle on, and I think the only thing the depth gauges were for was to make sure I put it at the right height. But I can use my chip lifter to... The very end of my chip lifter was at the correct height. Let me... There we go. I think that's about right. It spins. All right. Good enough for me. Yeah, that's the old spindle. It looks like it... Harder Hacker says, I'm driving to Costco. I'll be listening. All right. Drive safe. Pick us all up at Chicken Bake. Just kidding. Yeah, I can see the Costco food stand person. You want how many chicken bakes? All right, so we are going to... I'm going to use the AV... Oh, actually, you know, I'm not going to use the AV multi-out cable. I'll just use the composite cable because it's not like I was going to plug sound in anyways. All right, let's see here. Let me change to the correct scalar input. There we go. Now let me see if I happen to have the correct plug here. I believe that is the correct plug for the... Now, danger, exposed power supply disclaimer, trained professional, closed basement, do not attempt. Oh, that's the reset button. Wait, where's the power button on these? Oh, that is the power button. Oh. Alright, actually, maybe I'll just set the lid back down loosely on it. There we go. Oh, it would probably help if I double-checked that power cord is plugged in, wouldn't it? Because it might not be plugged in. I mean, it's also possible the PlayStation has failed since I last tested it. It is, after all, 30 years old this year. Instantly realizes age. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I think I have the AV multi-out cable connected to the scaler. Okay. Satmax says I feel old. All right. We have power. Now, did I do something silly like take my PS1 game upstairs? But I don't know why I would have. I have no PS1s upstairs. They're all down in here in the basement in 2 repair piles. Yes, I actually have 2 repair piles of PS1s. Oh, wait a minute. I think it's... Oh, I think I got it down here. I just think I moved it to the side and forgot to remember to grab it. All right. Got the test game. Sylvestron says it should be illegal to have that logo play without sound. I'm not actually exactly worried about that sound. Except that I think my sound cable's a bit short. And we did not have a disk spin up. Oh yeah. All right. Disk drive's not even spinning. All right. I should have probably figured that more would be wrong with the optical drive. All right. Yeah, the Sony boot up sound, I'm fairly sure is not one Sony's going to. I mean, it is one of their trademarks, but I think that's one that they probably want people to hear because then you know you're playing a Sony game. And I'm pretty sure there's been enough game streamers that would have said something if Sony started really going after that sound. And I'm fairly sure the Final Fantasy VII, the motor will only spin if the laser detects a CD. Oh, well, that would possibly be. Oh, well, this thing is so gummed up. This thing's so gummed up, it's probably why it's not spinning. All right, but we'll carefully clean the laser. And probably, while that dries, let me. Thomas says, I felt okay at 30. It was 65 that things hurt. Yeah. I think I definitely remember a number of people mentioning that same comment. All right. So I've manually advanced the laser assembly because I want to see if we put a disc in, if the laser assembly will, if it moves it back. But I'm also adding a little bit of deoxit, what's this? Deoxit lithium grease on the contact points. Of the mechanism, just so that if it does move, maybe we'll start to work in some new lubrication because it feels quite crusty. All right. Let's see there what it does. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to do this. Actually, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to apply power. I get the ribbon cable back in. Actually, the ribbon cable on these 1001s is like really short. There we go. No, keep putting it in crooked. That's not going to work. maybe I can put a little deoxit in it to make it go in a little easier. All right. There we go. I got it in. All right. Let me plug this other cable in. Plug the power supply in. Plug AC power in. So now I'm going to be careful. All right. I'm going to press the button in. Did anyone see the laser? Okay, it's definitely trying. It is trying. So let's... All right, let me plug the AV cable in so we can see what it does. The sound cables are too short, so I'm going to have to... We won't hear the sounds, but... All right. So if I hold the button in... Oh, yeah. And of course, I didn't think this out very well because I'm right-handed and my mouse is on the right side and I'm using my right hand to press the button and I can't. There we go. The mechanism is not going very smoothly, I'll tell you that. Well, it seems to be working a little better. I don't think it's read the disc, though. Alright, where's the reset button? There it is. Alright, I'm going to try the reset button here. Alright, so it is reading the wobble track. Because we're getting past the... Because if you get to this screen, it's read the wobble track and authorized the disc. Or this is one of the consoles with a bonus item, and it isn't reading the wobble track, and we went on because the bonus item told it to. Although I was writing on these when I found things in it, but all right, let's try a couple more times because I do know that after lubricating these drives, it can sometimes take it a couple attempts. Oh yeah, now it's struggling to read the disc. Oh, it didn't even doesn't even see it as a PlayStation disc now. Okay, let's uh let's take another look at the. I know my disc is readable. The spindle is wobbly. Did I not? It does look like I got the spindle on. All right, let me. I'm just gonna check the. I may have pressed the spindle on too far. All right, let me take a look at the. Yeah, I don't think it read the wobble track that time. I pushed the spindle on too far in an attempt to see if maybe I didn't push it on far enough. Because now the spindle's hitting on something. Or, hold please while I. All right, let's see. It's possible the reason why the spindle was broken is that the laser's dead and someone got frustrated back in the day and took it out on the spindle. Or maybe broke the spindle so someone wouldn't use the drive. I don't know. All right, trying to get the ribbon cable. Oh, That's why I can't get it in. I forgot that there's actually a yeah, you lift it up and then you push it in and then you push it down. I thought this was one that you had to just push the ribbon in. It's not. All right, so let's see. Yep, I've misaligned something. Oh, first of all, I didn't even have that in right. All right, let's try that again. Yep. All right, I have pushed this too far down, I believe. Feels like it's hitting on each rotation. There we go. All right, let's try it again. Hey, Stian, welcome. Oh, now we're just not even reading the disc. All right, be that way. Port. All right. Cable all the way in. It is. All right. It is in. All right. All right. Well, now it would appear as if it. There we go. All right. So I'm trying to move the sled out a little bit so that I can see. Is it even trying to do something, or did the? I'm thinking the drive mechanism has failed. Hardware hacker says time to order chicken bakes. Okay, so the laser is still all right. Haven't totally broken it. Make sure it wasn't me getting a fingerprint on the laser. All right. All right. Got the only other thing I can think of. Hi, Mega. Welcome. Yep. I I think this I think this one is I think this laser mechanism is bad because it's not reading discs. The only thing I could think of is maybe trying to adjust the laser adjustment, but I can't even see what kind of screwdriver I'll need for it. Oh, let's see where there's where I'm looking. Oh, it looks like it's a little tiny flat bladed. You know, I might. It kind of looks like someone's already adjusted this to the max. Potentially. Pun intended. Boom, boom. How can you tell which direction to turn it? I can't tell which direction to turn it. But it looks like it's already turned all the way in one of the two directions. Because I think it's a single turn. Or actually, I think it's a 3/4 turn. Oh, well, that's actually too small. Notice how I think you can see the copper track. Not ready. Sadmex says, yeah, I think that laser's dead. Well, I've got another one somewhere that I'll have to dig out, and we'll just look at its laser adjustment when we take it apart to refurb it. But I think... Oh. Okay. Apparently, despite how small that looks, the first two bits I managed to grab were actually too small. Because I think... Actually, I think that one's too small. Wow. Yeah, Sylvestron says, unless you have the calibration disc and a scope hooked up, you're just going to kill the diode more. Yeah. I think the diode's already dead. Sylvestron said, I hadn't been watching, but I came back to see you about to tweak a pot, which is never the right answer. Yeah, I know. But someone's already tweaked it. Sylvestron says, yep, fair. Yeah, you notice how it looks like it's almost... I think someone else has tweaked it, and I think this is going to confirm that this has no more I think I gave it a little bit more of a turn, but yeah, I think someone's already tweaked it, is what I think I think the moral of the story is it's already been tweaked. So I think I turned it just a little bit more, but I think it's... Yeah. All right. It's already been tweaked. So if I kill the laser diode, someone else already beat me to it. The laser diode's probably, quite honestly, the laser diode is probably was almost dead, and then I powered it up to try to read a disc, and that probably killed it. Because honestly, I didn't see the laser in my camera view, although actually that's probably okay. So do we even see the laser? So don't look directly at the laser beam. Sylvestron says PS1 lasers are cheap as chips. Yeah. Yeah, I think the laser diode's dead. Because we should have seen it. It would have been a red laser. We didn't see it. In fact, I don't know that we saw it at all. So for this PS1, I'm going to not do anything else to it until I can make sure I can get a... Sylvestron says, for a really rough confirmation, you can check the voltage across that potentiometer. It should be somewhere around 11.4 millivolts. All right, I guess we can check that. Let me see if I can find something to... push the button in so I can actually check the voltage. Actually, between ground and the pin on the top in the middle. Oh, okay. Well, that's easy enough. All right. Turn it on. It's C0. Is that maybe because it's turned... Wait, did someone turn it? Oh, did someone try to adjust it and they turned it the wrong direction, maybe? I'm going to very carefully... Oh, wait. I just adjusted it a little, and now I'm reading. Now I saw 11 millivolts. Oh, yeah. I what I did is I figured that out. I pushed the button and saw it reading 11 millivolts while it was moving up and down. Let me weird. Oh, did I see oh, hi Mark, welcome. I'm going to turn that just a little bit more. Like just a little tiny bit. Hmm. All right. Let me try measuring it again. All right. So here's how I was measuring it, and I hopefully will not cover the readings. Let me see. I think I'm going to turn my light back on so that the all right. So I've got my multimeter probe on a grounded surface. Yeah, look at that. We got 11 point something. But it's only spinning the disc a little bit. Oh, let me do this. This will make it easier to. But at this point, all right. I think I'm gonna call it. I think the laser mechanism is. I think it's got a bad laser or something with. I think the laser mechanism is bad. Now I do have. Hold on. Let me see what else is in my box. Yeah, Sylvester says I wouldn't do much more on that without a replacement laser. Yeah, if you could recommend a laser, if you've got like a go-to source, even if it's, I know I don't usually order from AliExpress, but if you've got like a no, like an example of what I need to look for, you can put the link in the chat, and that'll at least point me to what I need to look for. Worst comes to worst, I'll finally break down and create some way of ordering from AliExpress without giving them my primary cell phone number so that they don't Joanne Fabric me with specials every 5 minutes. All right, so I do have another 1001, and it actually, I think, doesn't have any problems other than it needs recapped. Unfortunately, I was hoping that the other 1001 might be the road rash unit, and I could make one good unit out of two, but unfortunately, the road rash unit is, not going to get refurbished tonight because power supply has no fuse. The optical drive is damaged, probably because I think I swapped optical drives with another unit, if I'm not mistaken. It's missing the front port ribbon cable, so no playing games. It's missing screws inside and out. All right. Well, that one's not a good candidate for refurbing. I have another one here that's not reading discs. It is a PU23, so it's a 9001. So it looks like I'm going to need to order a couple lasers. But if it's not reading discs, then there's no sense of me looking at it. So it looks like in this pile of PS1s, I've got a oh yeah, I got a 1001 and a 9001 to refurb because one's not reading discs, so I need to order a laser for it. Yeah. Sylvester says, according to my history, I've ordered from this seller before, and they've worked fine, but yeah. Yeah, for those of you not in the U.S., Joanne Fabric was a retailer of craft supplies, and as the name might suggest, that would include fabric, but they basically sold craft supplies. They had, I don't know how many thousands of stores in the U.S. before they filed for bankruptcy and liquidated, but, well, I think for the, apparently, I think it was because my dad had a text-capable smartphone before my mom, so that my mom could get the discount during their sales. They had to give him, like, your cell phone number. So for the longest time, Dad's cell phone was the one that Mom gave Joanne Fabric, and it's like every time I was with them, it seems like multiple times a day, they would send a discount deal, and I'm like, no. If Joanne Fabric is doing that, and they're a US-based retailer with knowing that there's they have to follow certain consumer privacy standards, do I really want to give AliExpress my email? No. No, I don't. Or my cell phone number, for that matter. Yeah, seriously, multiple times a day. I mean, I did really like shopping there. They had nice craft supplies. So I would actually go in there sometimes if I needed like some really nice paper or acrylic paints or things like that, because they had a nice selection. Oh, Sylvestron says you can find the same thing on eBay. Ah, Sylvestron's speaking my language. Just look around for a 440 AEM. Sandmax says, like, I still get emails from Joanne. Something tells me that they forgot to turn off their well, I guess I can't blame the employee that chose not to turn off the email server on their way out the door. I cannot blame them at all. Because at that point, Jack's like, "Lol, who's paying the email bill?" Well, if the bankruptcy case is still open, then it could be a matter of, while you're in bankruptcy, I think some certain types of debts are like suspended from being collected. So it's possible the emails are still going out because their email infrastructure provider can't do anything yet. It's also possible they had their own email server, and it's like, it would not be the first time I've heard of a service provider that provides internet connections for servers, like, not being incentivized to go pull the server immediately because that requires sending someone physically there, and it's quite possible the cost for that outweighs the small expense that the server's causing, so they're ignoring it until they have to. I don't know. Weirder things have happened. Oh yeah, but I see plenty of replacement optical drives here on eBay. In fact, some that are even in the US. Oh, here's one that's actually in China, but it includes all applicable import fees. So that one might be the one to pick. It's only like $21. I'll save that one. I'm adding things to my watch list. So I'll add that one to the watch list because it's $21. And then I think I'll add this one here that's in the US already, because it's $30. Awesome. All right. All right, there we go. So let's double check that this one's still working before we refurb it. So let me go ahead and we'll plug this in. I'll plug in sound so that we have sound, because we want to make sure the sound circuit is playing. And plug the multi-AV cable in. So this is a 1001. And I don't have any notes on it, so I think the only thing it needs is, I was going to recap these to make sure they have a night. Yeah, it's got selective yellowing. I didn't need to add that to my note because that was painfully obvious looking at it. Rax the Great. Welcome. I am refurbing PlayStation 1s. And I'm making sure this one is working before I start recapping it. Oh. Hold, please. All right. I think I can say this one, the sound sounds great. It picked the disc up fairly quickly. Francois says, it says Squaresoft, but it ships on a round media. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've got the Final Fantasy VII, what, remastered or whatever they called it, and I'm like, you know, this music doesn't quite do it as much. Mega says, square soft, but hard plastic. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to make sure this console here has more fun days ahead. Because this is an SCPH 1001. So it's one of the ones that has the AV jacks on the back. Yeah, Sedmax said pretty music. Yeah, Rex, great. That music gets me every time. Yep. Alright, so did I get all the screws out? Oh yeah, I did. Alright. And I did remove the disc. So yeah, this case has some selective yellowing, that's for sure. Oh. That's right. I think the, there we go. That's what was holding it together, the parallel port plastic. So, there we go. So, this one does have a... Alright, let me make sure I got the kits. I should have the kits for this one. Yeah, and as I played the remake, I had to think to myself, wait a minute. No, they blew up the reactor. At that moment, I blocked on the name of their little ragtag rebel group. Avalanche. Like, yeah, in Star Wars, the remake controversy is Han shot first. Well, in the Final Fantasy remake, I was like, no, Avalanche blew the reactor up. Wasn't no... I didn't need no inside job. Alright, so it's a, oh yeah, okay. So there we go. That should be the kit for the console. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure that... Okay, that's the right kit. All right. Yeah, Mega says they blew up the first one. Yep. All right, good night, Sylvestron. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure this console has a long life ahead of it. Especially because these can run hot from just no fans. I'm going to recap the power supply. And the motherboard. Now, the motherboard's going to be especially fun because that's the number of caps on it. And this one's probably going to be my gauge as to whether I really want to do these on all of them, but I figure, well, if I'm refurbishing them, all right. So this is a good optical drive mechanism, and I believe I've already, yeah, I can tell I've already lubricated it, so it's good. All right, I will give you the reminder that working on power supplies can be dangerous, especially if they've been recently powered on, like this one has. So I am going to be very careful what I touch on it until I can confirm that the high voltage cap has discharged to a lower voltage. Because while I believe there's probably a bleeder resistor on this, I'm not going to assume there is. Or assume that it's working. All right. So this is our... Yeah, that is a lot of capacitors for a game console, but they only go up in number from that there. All right. So... All right. All right. There we go. Harder Hacker says, got my shopping done, waiting on chicken bake and hot dog. All right, so let's see here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 capacitors. 1, 2, 3. There's 6. Oh, there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. All right. Looks like this is the correct kit. All right. Just so I can keep track of capacitors. Ian says, the Harder Hacker, tell me you're at Costco without telling me you're at Costco. Yes. Just saying you're in line for the hot dog and drink is not enough, though, because Sam's Club also has a hot dog and a drink. All right, so just inspecting the power supply. I see some factory flux on the bottom of the board, but I don't think I see any leaking electrolyte. But this is a preventative recap, not a yeah, I'm doing this to prevent future problems, not because I know there's leaking capacitors, so we will test these all at the end. But all right, so first one is the 200 volt, 120 microfarad cap. And I just made sure it was fully discharged on my bench so that I can test it later. And it looks like they replace it with a 200 volt, 150 microfarad. So let's see here. And because I inevitably forget to look, on this power supply, it does look like they have marked the negative. So yeah, always when you remove the first cap, it's a good idea to just, while you're pulling the cap out, make note of how they mark the board. And actually, it looks like this board has been marked in two ways. The positive, it looks like they marked the positive terminal on the bottom. Oh, actually, they actually have, oh, that's really nice. They actually have the component references marked on the bottom. So this is going to make it even easier to find the leads for the capacitors. I'll show you. So there's that one I just replaced. And if you'll note, there you go. C104, the capacitor, they marked the positive. But on this other side, they've got the negative marked with a, I guess, a minus. So, yeah, that's actually a very nice touch. I think Mitsumi made this power supply for Sony. And actually, I think in devices I've seen with Mitsumi power supplies, they are generally fairly nice power supplies. So in the future, if someone opens the power supply up, since that capacitor is big enough to do it, I'll leave someone in the future a smiley face. All right. So yeah, actually, that makes it really easy to get these other caps out. Also, I do like the nice touch that they've marked the primary side of the power supply. It's kind of almost like they knew that someone might work on it in the future, even though no user serviceable parts inside, but we actually know someone might anyways, so we're going to make it so that you can. So, yep, the next one, we'll remove this other capacitor. And yeah, there we go. It's going to be these two leads here, because there's their little capacitor symbol. Yeah, that's nice. That takes the guesswork out of it. All right, yep. Stan says to Hardware Hacker, you succeeded already by chicken bake. All right, so this little cap here is the 35 volt, 47 microfarad. I think that might be, it's probably the, yep, there we go. And it's replaced with one of the same spec. I had to guess, I think that little cap is probably the cap that starts the switch mode power supply. Because usually there's like a little smallish value on the primary side. That's yeah, that's probably for the power supply for the switch mode power supply, because yeah, there's the optocoupler. So yeah, that capacitor is probably going to charge up to power the switch mode power supply until all right, there we go. And now we got 4 more caps. I almost feel like I could almost just remove them all, but all right. All right, so that is the 16-volt, 1000 microfarad. I'm just going to make sure that's not electrolyte on the board under that cap. It has an awfully uniform pattern for that to actually be electrolyte. I'm thinking that might just be flux or something from manufacturing. But here's how we'll tell. Yep, did not rub off with the dry Q-tip, so that is not electrolyte. I'm still going to clean the board. All right. C201. All right. There we go. 25 volt, 1000 microfarad replacement. Again, the higher voltage rating is not a problem. In fact, it might lead to longer power supply longevity. I'll mark the rest. I'll mark these other caps once I get all 4 installed. All right, and then this one is going to be, I think, these 2 leads here. And that is the 10 volt, 2200 microfarad. Yeah, nothing under the board there. Yeah, I'm fairly sure this power supply is in good shape. The board isn't discolored like it's a high hour unit. Because if this was a high hour unit, I might expect the PCB substrate to have darkened with heat. I mean, it does look like there is some darkening here, but not like substantial amount. So maybe this was a mid hours console, or at least they used it in a way that it didn't like stay very hot for long periods of time. There we go. That cap's in. Two more to go. All right. And there's the next one. We'll replace this one here. And this one is the 6.3 volt, 1000 microfarad. All right. Placed by one with the same specs. And there we go. And last but not least, one cap here on the end. And that should be, yep, 470 microfarad. That's what I had left. All right. Very nice. All right. So I have to say the caps I've removed appear to be Nichicon and Rubicon. So nice quality caps, and Console 5 has provided, I think, the same brands in their kit for this one. I think they were all Nichicon and Rubicon. So, very nice. All right. Let me go ahead and... Hey, Jesse, welcome back. All right, we will... There we go. Some happy little happy caps. Six little capacitors replaced. Thunderclap. All right, I am going to clean the... Actually, first I am going to inspect the board since I'm in here. And I don't see anything else that needs addressed on this board. It's in pretty good shape. But I am just going to go ahead and I'm going to clean the flux off the board. Most of which is factory flux on the bottom of the board, but I guess this will be the chance to, if I get the flux off the board, double check that I don't see anything else. There we go. Let that dry for a moment. All right, I will go ahead and spray some contact cleaner in the power connector and the, well, I guess the in and out power connectors. And yeah, all right, we'll let that dry for a moment, and then I'll put it back in the console so I don't misplace it. Because actually, maybe we'll just make sure that things are working before we recap the logic board. Is it a Sony power supply? No, it is actually, well, it is a power supply from a PlayStation 1, but it is a Mitsumi power supply. Because apparently, I guess Sony had higher sales volumes than they knew they could keep up power supply production. So Thomas says, Sony, what a strange company. Yeah, I know. Sony makes their own power supplies, and yet they contracted off for the PlayStation 1, at least in part. Because, yeah, this is a, yeah, because this is a Mitsumi power supply. I don't think Mitsumi put their name on it. Oh, yeah, they did. But yeah, it's a Mitsumi power supply. Yeah. It's, Jesse says it was probably cheaper for them to outsource it. Probably, given their choices of, all right, we've got this many units we think we're going to sell. We want to, probably because they wanted to keep motherboard manufacturing in-house. Yeah, they probably outsourced power supplies so that they could focus on motherboard production. It would not surprise me if that was the case. All right, so let's check the caps that were on here first. So this was the 120 microfarad, 200 volt, and it totally fine. Oh, it's a United Chemicon. I think the rest are, oh, actually, I'm wrong. It looks like the original used United Chemicon and Rubicon. That was the 2100 microfarad. That one's fine. Yeah, that was within spec. Jesse says, a savings of 3 cents a unit will add up over millions. Yep. I think that's the 1000 microfarad, 16 volt. Yep, that was within spec. I have a feeling all these caps were within spec. I mean, they don't have to be leaking to be bad. 434 microfarad, and that's the 470. So, yep, that one's still in spec. I think that's the 47 microfarad. Yeah, that one was in spec. I could have probably gotten away without a recap. And yeah, it's possible this unit might have gone many more years without a recap. That's 1000 microfarad. Yep, those were all in spec. Sometimes, though, we recap not because it's needed at the moment, but because we know at some point it's going to be needed, and maybe in this case I decided that, I'd rather just go ahead and do it now. Because actually I may, Ian says, I need a host name for my 2CI. I could give you a, if you want a host name for your 2CI that would make people not want to use it, call it a 2SI. Everyone will be like, oh, that's one of those slow computers. Nope. We'll go use another one. Yeah, as Sadmax says, getting ahead of when you will need to. Yep. All right. Because actually, the other thing is, I bought a number of these PlayStations in a lot, so some of them I know I'm going to sell. And I guess the other thing is, if I'm going to sell them, then I might, to give me some channel content and then sell them, because I certainly don't need 7 PlayStations in various states of working. I figure, well, I can refurb them. That gives me channel content, and then I can sell a few of them. I'm going to. I think I decided I was going to keep. I am going to keep one of the 1001s, and I think I'm going to keep one of the 7501s, and I was going to keep one of the 9001s. All right, so let's just double check that I haven't done anything super bad on the power supply. So, smoke test in 3, 2, 1. Oh, wait, did I? Oh, that's the wrong AV cable. That would be why we see nothing on the screen. Hold, please. All right, there we go. Power supply recap is successful. I was actually not expecting any other outcomes, since it's not like we had potential broken traces from leaky caps to contend with. But just thought I would take an intermediate checkpoint there before I did the logic board. Stan says, if I really didn't want people using it, I could call it the IICIGH or the 2Psi. Yes, I see what you did there too. And if you want to drive people crazy when you need to give them the host name to connect to, you could go with the bang on the keyboard for a random host name. Although, and that would also not help you when you have to type it in, but you could always save it away for copy and paste for when you need to do it. Or better yet, just search Amazon for any product category. Inevitably, you'll find something made by a company that you can't pronounce, and just find one that looks really cool and use that for your host name. Harder Hacker says, just bang the keyboard the exact same way. Oh, Stan says this is going to be for Global Talk. Oh, yeah, then please don't do that. That would be one way to make sure no one participates with your host. I mean, one thing you could do, though, if you wanted to come up with a cool name, you could make it look like it was a product that you would find at IKEA. Those aren't necessarily hard, although maybe skip the umlauts, because that would make it hard to type. But I don't know. Find your favorite product at IKEA that looks like it could be a computer name. Stian says, I do speak Swedish. Well, maybe call it the Swedish word for Global Talk. Maybe minus the umlauts, because that could make it hard for people to type them. There we go. All right. So we have there's the PlayStation motherboard, and it has all of these caps on it. All of these wonderful caps. Some of these are going to be fun to replace. Oh, 633. All right. Well, I didn't undertake this because I knew it was going to be easy. Harder Hacker says, Besta. Stian says, that means endure. Not a bad suggestion. Stian said, Varald Stala. I'm sure I'm butchering that. Or Poang. Yeah. Oh. Poang just means point. Oh. Well, it would quite literally be your global talk point. Yes. All right, so here we go. This is what the PU8 motherboard looks like for the PlayStation. If you will note, there are lots of Sony chips on it. I don't know what each of the Sony chips does, but they do things. I do know that's going to be a memory chip, and this is memory. And there's I think that one's Motorola. That's NEC. But yeah, that's Sony, 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 Sony. Yeah, I think the stuff on the back is just, I don't know what it is. But anyways, there we go. Sounds less comfortable now. That's the whole poang. All right, so I guess in order to figure out how painful this is going to be, because it's quite possible I might decide that maybe I don't want to recap them all. Or I might do it in a more measured manner. But all right, let me get a rough idea how many caps are in the kit, and then how many I see. And I should probably look up the Console 5 wiki for this just to see if there's any notes. Because these kits are usually for multiple versions. All right, so this is a PU8. I think revision 23. Because there's a couple caps that are listed as revision 11 units only. Oh, you know, I should be happy when I get to the PU23 power motherboard, because there's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, like 20 caps on it. All right, so let me double check here. There are a couple that are marked as empties. All right. So we have, zoom in a little. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. I see 35 caps on the board. All right, so let's see how many caps we have in the kit. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. We have 38 in the kit. And there were 3 on the wiki that are marked revision 11 units only. And I believe this is a revision 23 unit because of the number at the end of this part number here. Not like Sony came out right out and said revision 23. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure that is the revision number. 23. You know, I think the bottom of this board has a conformal coat or something on it. Interesting. Very interesting, yeah. Or maybe that's just factory flux. I don't know. There does appear to be some sort of a coating on the bottom of the board. All right. Hopefully we don't run into trouble with that. I hope that's not foreshadowing. Maybe I should look on the list and start with a cap that... All right. I'm going to start with cap C318 because there is one of them. Oh boy. You know, I just noticed something about this board. The caps are not marked on this board. You know, I think I'm going to do something wild and crazy, and this may be a very interesting I'm looking at this board. I don't see any signs of leakage. at all. In fact, this board is really clean. The capacitors position the capacitors have no legends marking what component they are. In fact, none of the components on this board have a reference designation. Oh, wait, that is not entirely true. Most of the components on this board do not have a component designation. For some reason, there are a couple of component designations down here in the corner. And those might actually be test point designations and not component designations. I'm not going to recap this board. I am going to not recap this board. I will hold on to the cap kit, and maybe in the future, if it needs it, I'll do it, but I'm not going to recap this board. This is where I'm going to call it the risk-reward index. The risk of me misinstalling capacitors is great, because also there's no polarity markings. Oh yeah, there are no polarity markings on the board either. So the risk of me messing up is high. At the moment, the reward is low, because this board is like pristine. There is no signs of leakage. There's no dust on it. It looks great. So I'm not going to recap this board. I will mark that I've recapped power supply. And in fact, it's probably, there's going to be more heat over here just because the metal shields are going to kind of probably somewhat protect this area from a lot of heat. But yeah, so the power supply, yeah, so if I ever have trouble with this in the future, we'll do a recap stream then. Because then the risk-reward equation changes. Because the risk is, if I start to have trouble because of the caps, the risk is it's still broken. And the reward is I fix it. At the moment, the risk is I break it. That I do more harm by installing components backwards, and it's broken, and it's going to take a long time to do, because I'll have to do them one at a time or single values at a time, just because there's no markings on the board. So yeah, I think this is where I'm going to call the the risk is too great. Now I am looking for my marker, because what I wanted to do is just I wanted to write the date on this power supply board. Even though I'm going to put a sticker on the bottom that the power supply is recapped. Just in case I forget to do that, I wanted to at least make my mark on this board that I am looking for. I'm looking for my fine point permanent marker, because I want to, not that the smiley faces on the capacitors make it obvious someone's replaced the caps, but I am going to write the date on the board of when I did it. And in order for me to be able to read it, or someone else to be able to read it later, I would like to use a fine point Sharpie and my fine point Sharpie has run away. So anyways, so yeah, probably for the other PlayStations, I have a feeling I'm going to do the same thing. I will tear them down enough to inspect the motherboard, but if the motherboard looks clean, then I'm not going to recap the motherboard, but I will go ahead and recap the power supplies. That'll be my intermediate step. And yes, if I sell any of these, I will obviously note that I did not recap the motherboard, but I did inspect it. So granted, I probably won't be able to make quite as much, but still, I think a working, inspected PlayStation is worth more than unknown for parts of repair. So I'll be happy. In fact, I was probably tempted to. Now I think this one. I'll have to look. This one. This one might be one that I'm going to keep because it's got the mismatched yellowing. I think my other 1001 that's a repair candidate. I think I've got another 1001 that's a repair candidate. That'll probably be the one I'll recap the power supply and inspect, and that one will probably be the one I sell because I think the case looks better. I don't because that'll give me a case I can practice retro brighting on, or sun brighting, or moon brighting, or star brighting, or flashlight brighting. I don't know, whatever the new trendy. This is safer than retro brighting procedure is. I don't know. Although you're going to be putting it under a flashlight for a very long time. I can see that. If there was a retro computing call-in show, I could hear that now. Hi, I'm trying the new moon brighting procedure. It's a new moon tonight. Why am I not seeing any progress? Alright, I don't know where my fine point marker is. So, I'm going to... Alright, well, let me see here. See, today is the 25th. So, 11, 25, 20, 25. Alright, there we go. That's visible enough. Alright. Thomas Armstrong says, maybe UV light from a welder. Yeah. I'm trying the new welding retro brighting method, and my case is melting. Can you tell me why? How close do you have it to the welder? Well, I put it right up next to it because I want it to go fast. Oh, well, you're too close. That one, and... Oh, yeah. That one? Alright. Put this back together. Let's get these 3 screws in. All right. There we go. So now, here, those are for that metal shield. So, all right, let me see here. Oh, little, get that off there. Let's see here. Just trying to remember which screws I don't put in yet. So I don't put anything there or there yet, or there. So let me see here. Yep, I think now we do. Thomas Armstrong asked, "Do 65-year-old computers get to retire?" Well, considering Usagi Electric just repaired the Bendix G15, and it's about to go on display at the Maryland Museum of Technology. No, I don't think old computers get to retire. I think they either get scrapped or put in a museum. All right. Thomas says, "I will opt for the museum." Oh, no, that's one of the case screws. All right. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's a case screw. That's a case screw. That's a case screw. All right. Oh, sorry. I'm like trying to put this together and you can't see half of what I'm doing. Thomas says, "I sent a CompuColor 1 and 2 to the local museum." Hardware Hacker says, "They either expire or inspire, as in repair." Yeah. Francois says, "I have a bag full of PS2 mice just for the day I want to try retrobraiding." Probably not a bad initial candidate for trying retrobraiding. Is that the right screw? Yeah, I think that's right. All right, so let's see here. Okay, let's see. The screws are in. All right. So now, let's see here. Plug this bit back in. This is the controller port ribbon cable. And there we go. So that's back in. And the shield goes back over that. And then there we go. We got that and that. Controller back in. And then these 3 short screws hold the back of the shield in. So now, And then the last screws I have are the 6 that hold the case closed. So, all right. So we'll put this back together. We'll test it, and then we'll pull the next one out to recap the power supply and inspect the motherboard. Oh, all right. So one thing I did want to do, because there's some copper tape here that I think was originally to continue the shield or something. And, well, it's no longer sticky, but I was going to take another piece of copper tape if I can find mine. Which I'm surprised I can't find it, because I thought I was using it the other day. And by other day, it was probably sometime back in September or October. Alright, it's probably not that important. I just wanted to, well, alright, it's probably not that important. I won't worry about it. Oh, the turkeys were pardoned. Yay, it's like the news story I was waiting for all day. Alright, there we go. Alright, we'll just go ahead, because I'm fairly confident I'll go ahead and put this thing back the rest of the way together. Go ahead and, yep, I'll even, actually, I will hold off putting those last screws in until I power it up and make sure it still works. I don't know why it wouldn't, considering I didn't recap it, but I mean, I could have accidentally put a screw in the wrong place. Shorted something out, now I got something to fix, but alright. There's that. It'll be off screen, but, well, we know that in reality it's probably at this point it's either going to work or it's not. All right. That's good. Looks like it's back together correctly. Other than I gotta put the screws in the bottom, but I will have to, I guess I gotta update my notes for this one. All right, so let's go ahead and put the screws back in the bottom. All right, so let's see here. I don't know who Norcross George is, Thomas. All right, but we do have one power supply recap, PlayStation 1. I think this one will go upstairs with me tonight. And it will join a spot by the TV with the SNES I worked on last night. There we go. All right. Excellent. All right. So I don't need that note anymore because I don't need to. Because I've recapped the power supply. So let's see here. All right. There we go. Recap. I'll print a better label. But because this is a unit that is working, I'll put it on the bottom. It's obvious I'll need to retro bright it or do something about that. So I don't need to make myself a note to the obvious, but motherboard okay, not recapped. Power supply recap today. And yeah, so it spins the disc, plays the game, and yeah, I mean, it is just a little bit. All right, I think probably because internet probably would be a bit disappointed if I didn't do it. Yeah, I'm going to let me just take a little bit of Windex and at least give the case one over. I mean, I might as well. I'm going to take it upstairs. I might as well at least make sure it's the least grimy before I take it upstairs. Really not that bad. Ah, Hardware Hacker is home. Awesome. Well, I'm just giving this PS1 a little bit of a wipe down, and then it's going to go upstairs. It'll take its place beside my NES and my SNES, because I got a CRT TV for some of my vintage game consoles. And that's probably where I'll take this one because it's got the AV out. So I don't have to like fool with nope, we got more PlayStation 1s. I don't have any PlayStation 2s to repair tonight, actually. I have one PlayStation 2, and it's in working shape. And I should probably just take it upstairs to that TV, but... Or at least... But I'll probably... Actually, that one I'll probably use on an LCD TV, because it's got component out. That need a little more Windex. So we'll try to get to the other two PS1s I picked up at the bowling alley. Only because the person I was buying them from worked at the bowling alley, not because I don't think the bowling alley used them. All right. There we go. That looks a little better. But anyways, PlayStation 1. Oh, hold on. I just realized there's a ring of grime. Like right here. Yeah, you can see it if I tilt the console. Let me hit that with a little Windex. Yeah, definitely don't want to spray the Windex in the console. I don't want to get Windex on the laser. At least let me get that grime off the plastic. There we go. I think I got it. There we go. There we go. Oop. And there, whatever that grime was, it is on the, oh yeah, it's something that got on the door. There we go. Got it off the door. There we go. All right, so I am, since it's 7 o'clock, a little after 7, I am going to take a hydration break. And when I get back downstairs, we will look at the next PlayStation 1. And in fact, I'm going to take this upstairs with me. So, but I'm not going to take my game upstairs because we still need that. I may have to get myself a second copy of that game so I can keep one down here for testing. But yep, so you will get some Be Right Back hold music. And I am going to go take my hydration break. And I'll be right back in a few minutes, hopefully. I don't have to go swap something in the ultrasonic cleaner. So, yep, headphone warning that I'm about to start the hold music right about now. Cookie break, too. Thought I would catch up on the chat while I was eating my cookie. Hardware hacker says shoving successfully acquired. Nice. All right. It's a cookie. It came with my lunch that I didn't eat the cookie Saturday. It would have been better Saturday, but I had other dessert. Yeah, C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. There's another Sesame Street song for you. Mm. I'm just having one cookie. I don't want to be the cookie monster. Just the cookie connoisseur. For a grocery store deli cookie, it's not bad. Now, if this was like a 5-star restaurant cookie, I'd have problems. Mm. Yes, one big cookie. Thunderclap. One big cookie. That's good enough for tonight. It'll save my last of my Little Debbie gingerbread cookies until I get to the grocery store. Which I almost did that this afternoon, but then I decided I would just go do that in the morning. Because I didn't want to fight with people trying to grab groceries right after work. Because it would have been too close to streaming time. All right. There we go. And a little sweet treat, a little hydration, a little bit ready to work on PlayStations. Oh, here we go. And let's see here. So we've got the next PlayStation here. It is I think this one is a 9001. So by this point, Sony had removed the parallel I/O port. They had long since removed the AV ports, but yeah, the parallel port's not present in this revision. And this one has a Nichicon power supply. And let me see if I've got the Nichicon kit here somewhere. Also, while I was upstairs, I printed some labels so that I can appropriately label the console. I'm hoping I can get 2 more power supplies done tonight. Yeah, and I labeled the one that I took upstairs, so it's got a official label on it now that reminds me that I recapped the power supply. There we go. Nichicon ZSSR 797MA. Yep. All right. So there's the kit. And let's get at it. GeoHam says, if you are getting a cookie from a 5-star restaurant, it is from a package for sure. Yeah. Yeah, they've probably, hopefully had some local bakery make their cookies for them, but I could just as easily see them focusing on your entree and not the cookies. All right, so I think in this case we'll get the power supply. Oh, I should probably test to make sure it works. Still. Now, I will not be able to check sound because that would require the I don't have the adapters I need to play the sound, but at least make sure the console powers up, reads a disc still, and starts to load the FMV. All right, startup screen. Thomas says, I remember when I could walk in and get a fresh made fortune cookie. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Actually, it reminds me of the Doubletree Hotel. There we go. We're playing the FMV. Doubletree Hotel has their famous cookies. I've got an event that I'll be going to at the Doubletree Hotel soon. I'm going to have to make sure I at least get one of their cookies. Although I am certainly hoping that hopefully the people putting the event together maybe have already requested that we have Doubletree cookies at our event. They are delicious. Oh, why am I turning this upside down? You do not need to turn it upside down to take the cover off. There we go. All right, so this unit is a bit dirty, but all right, so this power supply, this unit has been running longer, and I can tell because the board is discolored. We'll go ahead and recap that. Now, it might shock you to learn that a Nichicon power supply uses Nichicon capacitors. I know, that is just probably such an earth-shattering fact, you probably can't believe it. But, yeah, there's the, or at least the main cap's a Nichicon. Huh, you know, actually some of those, I'm not sure if they are a Nichicon. Hey, it's not so, Nichicon. Thomas says, recap a PS1 does not rhyme as well as Mac. Yeah. No, it does not. Now, I have a feeling that just like the last power supply, this is probably a preventative recap. I suspect all of these caps are probably still within tolerance. Although I will have to say, it looks like Nichicon might have actually cleaned their board after assembling it, because I don't see any factory flux on the bottom. It does look like there might be some sort of a coating on the solder mask. But that coating does not appear to be on the solder joint, so we'll probably be okay, but yeah. So there, that's the Nishikon power supply. I can tell it's been running for some time because I think the PCB is discolored, but yeah. So, initial condition, it looks like it's in pretty decent shape. But we'll make sure that this console has many more hours of enjoyment left. So, go ahead and mark the old caps with a red marker. Not that they're not obvious, because there's our replacement caps. And we will, let's go ahead and get to it. Now, unlike the first power supply that Nichicon made, this one does not have silkscreen markings on the back, so well, I guess I'll just have to pay more attention to where the leads probably are on the board. But there we go. The first one is out. That is I think that's 100 microfarad, 200 volt. And I know these capacitors look they almost look like they were made to look like polymers, but I'm fairly sure these are electrolytic caps. I kind of think they might have yeah, I'm fairly sure those are electrolytics, but oh, all right. Well, that's nice. They've marked positive and negative sides of the component, so that will make installation easier. All right, now the only thing is the replacement caps are, well, I think there might be some, if anyone's wondering, yes, there are a few Nichicon caps in the kit. So there will at least still be some Nichicon caps on the power supply once this is recapped. It just may be different caps that are Nichicon after we're done. So in case anyone is like lamenting the fact that there will be no more Nichicon caps on the board when we're done, no, there will be. Now, that one is not a Nichicon, that's a United Chemicom. But we'll get to Nichicons soon enough. All right, I believe there are the next two caps I'm going to change are identical in value, I believe. In fact, it looks like there are two pairs of caps. Oh, wait a minute. Or are there three pairs of caps? Oh, no, there are not three pairs of caps. So I believe these two caps are the same. And I believe these two caps are the same. But then these two caps, I believe, are different. So let's first go for we'll go for these two here. there's one of them. And I think the other one is going to be here and here. Yep, there we go. All right, so yep, no leaks there. That board looks good. Yeah, I think Nichicon. I think Nichicon cleaned their boards after manufacturing. Because there's like there's like nothing under those caps. Not even like flux residue. All right. Interestingly enough, I got a smell of cinnamon when I soldered that cap. I'm wondering if this kit was beside the fireball in the shipment I got. Well, I don't think the fireball actually has cinnamon in it, but I think they're artificially flavored these days. But well, all right. There's that cap. Let me make sure this is the. $180. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's. I gotta clean the. Can't read the values of those caps because of my red mark. All right. Pretty sure those are 180. Yep, that's a 180. All right. Yep, those are the 180s. Gotta be. All right, there we go. And those replacement caps are definitely Nichicon brand. So all right. That all right. We got two more caps. Okay, that one cap. Well, that's better. All right, so let me get these last two here. They are. I think this is one of them. Yep, that is one of them. Which of the two would? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there we go. All right. Great. Desoldered an extra leg. All right, so this is. That one is the. That's the 2.2. I'll clean the top of the other one off so that I can actually read it and confirm it's the one. Oh, yeah, it's definitely the one. All right. 1 microfarad, that is. No, actually, oh, I lost one of the pads. All right, no big deal. It's an easy fix. Luckily, so I lost that pad, but the trace is luckily I can still see where the trace is going. So we're just going to bend the lead over and solder it. There we go. There we go. I think that's good. So no big deal. Just soldered it to the. Yeah, there we go. And I'll be careful on this last one, knowing that apparently these little pads are fragile or something. Right? Yeah, I don't see any signs of electrolyte leakage. I mean, 30-year-old PCB. Could have just had a weak spot or something. There we go. All right, that looks really nice. Almost don't want to clean it, but I guess I should probably do a little bit of a cleaning just because the board was so clean before I started. And there is flux in the solder I used, so Nichicon cleaned the power supply before shipping it to Sony, so I'll clean the power supply now, just a little bit. All right, so there we go. We've got a nice recapped Nichicon power supply. We'll test the original caps here in a moment. So I will put my smiley faces on. Well, the caps that are big enough. There we go. Now all that dries off. Let's test the original caps. And I have a feeling they're all going to be within spec somehow. All right, I think this is the 1 microfarad. Yep, that one's in spec. We'll go in reverse order. So this should be the 2.2 microfarad. That one's in. ESR might be a little high, but I think on those small ones that might be an okay ESR. All right, that's one of the 180s. That one's in spec. Oh, oh, uh, oh, had the probes touching. Okay, that one's in spec. Yeah, if you touch the probes, it doesn't know that you're touching the probes, and it'll tell you that it's shorted. All right, that's one of the 5. What was the value? It's a 560. So yeah, that one's in spec. Yep, that one's in spec. And then last but not least, here's the high voltage cap. Yep, that's 100 microfarad, so that's in spec. All right, so the original caps were in spec, but high hour power supply. We're being nice to it. We'll ensure that hopefully this will ensure that we won't have problems from it. Just with a little preventative maintenance of recapping it. And we'll put it back in and test it. There we go. It looks clean. Had the one pad tear, but there was a trace between those two pads, so I just bent it over and soldered it on. So we should be good. And the one pad that I accidentally desoldered, I have resoldered. So yeah. All right, let's put the power supply back in. and we'll test it. Oh, actually, it looks like Sony. Oh, Sony improved the power supply install. Oh, yeah, okay. So for the first one I worked on, there was like just one tab over on this side. And then you screw it in, but over on this version, there's a tab there you gotta put the board down on, along with like two things that hold it down over on this side, and then you screw it in with two screws that hold the power connector down. So I will say that I like this design where the power connector is the part that gets screwed down, because that, along with the case gripping around, or well, actually no, that's what provides the mechanical strength on the power connector so that you don't flex it when you unplug the power connector. So that's, I like that detail. All right. Whoop. Well, if there was any doubt that I did it right or wrong, I think the fact that I accidentally had it turned on probably tells us that the power supply, well, it powered up. So let's, so basically I'm going to double check the power supply, and then we'll, I do want to remove the shield, at least make sure the motherboard looks clean. Thomas says, I can't remember if they used the copper mask transfer process on that type of board. Yeah, I mean, it's possible that one pad that got lost was just not that strong on the board. All right, we are running the game. I don't have sound connected because I can't, because there's not a AV out on these. All right, so power supply is working. This one will be able to get one of my stickers that I've recapped the power supply. So let's get the metal shield off that covers the motherboard so we can inspect it. Francois says, I have a messy mess of mess here. Sounds like Francois is tinkering. Or something like that. Alright. So let's see here. This optical drive connects over here. The ribbon cable is much longer. Yep, I think I lubricated all these when I looked at them last. Alright, so this board has some rust on the shield, but I'm not too worried about that. Let me see here. To get the shield off, I need to remove 1, 2, 3, I think 4 screws. Luckily, I think the screws I need to remove are marked. Yeah, with a Sony puts a little arrow on them. Probably not because they expected you to repair this, but probably because when you have a product like this, you design it knowing that you're probably going to have to refurbish some of them. And that is probably why there's an arrow mark. You can tell your refurbishment team which fasteners have to come off to... There we go, get the shield off. Yeah, this board, like the last one, other than a little dot of something on top of this chip, which I've now cleaned off. I have a feeling I probably dripped in. I don't see any signs of electrolytic caps leaking, and the board looks clean. Well, I don't see any electrolyte. I'm going to remove the board. Make sure nothing's been spilled in this console. There's like a few spots on the motherboard that look like... I think it could be factory flux. It could be something spilled. Yeah, that looks weird. Okay, I think... Alright, let's see if that comes off with isopropyl alcohol. Yeah, it's a small board. This is the 9001, which would have been the last revision of the PlayStation. They would make an even smaller unit, but they called that the PS1. But yeah, this would have been the last revision of the PlayStation in its original full-sized case. Okay, that does not come off with isopropyl alcohol. Although there is something on the board. Wait, maybe that is coming off with isopropyl alcohol. Yeah. Okay. I think that is coming off. I'm not sure what it is or was. I don't think it corroded the board. Oh, I bet that's from the factory, because there's also a pool of it over there and a pool of it there. Oh, I bet that is factory flux. Okay. I was afraid that was something that someone had spilled in it. Alright, I'm going to see if maybe acetone does something to that for this other one. I guess since I got the board out, and I was afraid it looked like it might have been a congealed Coke spill or something like that. does come off just as... Okay, well, acetone makes it sticky. But it is coming off with that. Actually, I think acetone might be taking it off better, but it's making it feel sticky too. Uh, I guess I might as well clean it off the board. It's probably flux. It's honestly probably no clean flux that can just stay on the board. Oh, that looks better. I guess the main thing is if this were to be one of the consoles I end up selling, then at least I don't want someone to complain that it looked like there was a spill on the underside of the board. So at least I tried. And I think the main thing is I'd be able to say that, yeah, this is some factory residue. All right. Oh, okay. There is one. Oh, there's the isopropyl alcohol. One blob there. All right. Okay, so the underside of the board looks pretty clean. The top side of the board, yeah, I'm pretty sure what I'm seeing on it that was kind of slightly bothersome. I'm pretty sure that is flux. I'm not going to try to clean it off. I don't see any signs of capacitors leaking. All right, we're going to put this back together. Again, I'm going by the theory of the risk reward because, again, like that last one, the capacitors are not marked on the board. I don't see any capacitor location marks. I don't see any polarity marks. I don't think any of the components are marked. Oh, wait, okay, I take that back. It looks like there are... Okay, it does look like the components are marked on this board. Oh, and there are polarity marks on the capacitors, so... Alright, so it does look like it would be... easier to recap because I looked. So they did mark polarity because if you note, it looks like there's an open box around. So some of the capacitors, it's got the bevel edge marked. And I guess for the smaller ones, I guess it still does show the bevel. Okay, so you just have to look for the beveled edge. So the polarity is marked, and the capacitors are marked. So it would be less risky to recap this board. Except there are a number of capacitors near plastic. And quite honestly, it looks like it's in good shape. So I'm going to say that again, I'm not going to recap the motherboard. We'll call this a it'll be a power supply recap only. Looking at the power supply, I'm like, okay, power supply's high hour. I mean, the only thing about this board that could possibly say to me that it needs recapped is the video static when you turn it off, but I doubt that's capacitors. That's probably just the way the board is designed and you're turning it off. So all right, I'm going to say that this one is good. I'll put it back together. And we'll go from there. I am going to clean this. I am going to take some Windex to this metal plate, though, and just try to... Any of that's dirt. I have a feeling that been there long enough to corrode the metal, but in case any of that's dirt, like at least I'll give it a try to clean it up. Oh yeah, that's been okay, that's been there so long that is corroded the metal. All right. Maybe with the exception of oh, actually okay, yeah. All right, that's I think some of those spots are cleanable, but the metal's corroded under it. So all right. I'm not going to worry about it. All right. The important thing is I've inspected it. It looks good. I did at least give a pass at trying to clean the what looked like it could have been soda spilled on the bottom, and there we go. There we go. There's a little bit of grime along the side. There we go. That I can clean with the paper towel. Get this kind of spots there. Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right. Let's get the power supply reconnected. There's that. All right. Got the beam connector reconnected. And let's see here. The optical assembly. there. And there. Oh yeah, I like this revision. So wires, the wire bundle for the optical drive, there's a little clip on the metal plate that the wires slide into to keep them from getting caught in the carriage. Yeah, there's a little metal clip there. So I tucked the wires in under that where there's a little bit of like tape or heat shrink or something there. So that's good there. Got it plugged in, All the screws are in except the ones on the bottom. So let's all right, let's double check that console still works. Put the game in. Game's in now. It wasn't in. If you put the game in on this screen, it will boot the game. There we go. Game is booting. We'll wait till we start to see the full motion video. And then I'll put the screws in, give it a light cleaning on the outside, and I'll give it a power supply recap sticker. And then we'll go on to well, I got 2 more PlayStation 1s. They're not in the box because I picked them up at different times. So the reason why I'm thinking I'm going to keep a 9001 is because I think it's the best in terms of full motion video support. Although certainly the not having the outputs are a demerit, but all right. In terms of all the units, it has the least, I guess it's the least skippy of them all. Because I guess early units had trouble skipping during full motion video sequences, and I guess Sony kept having to try to improve it. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's it had to do with the laser assembly getting too hot on some of the revisions. Like expanding and contracting, or if it was more related to the chipset and decoding it, and maybe the early chipsets were not able to keep up the bitrate. I don't know what it is. I don't know if anyone happens to maybe have read what some of the problems are. I'd be curious to know. But that's kind of why I was thinking of keeping a 9001. Ever want to play a game that's big on full motion video, it'd be nice to have a revision that least skippy. I don't know. Maybe it's really overrated, and maybe that's kind of overblown, and really the amount of skipping you're going to see is small. I don't know. I would be curious if anyone has experience with that. anyways, here's a 9001 unit. It has had the power supply recapped. And I will go ahead and see here. Where will I put the label? I will put the label. No, let me not put it there. I will put it there. Right. All right. So I'm just trying to give it a cursory clean. Oh, you can't see. I'm a little bit of grime in that there. I will make sure I didn't slurm the lens. Overall, this unit's actually not too dirty. I do want to get that. What label maker am I using? It's a Brother. I don't remember what model it is. It's a Brother label maker. It's one of the ones that's got a keyboard on it, so you like type what you want to print and print it, and it prints. And it prints those laminated labels. Someday, if I remember, I'll look at the model and I'll try to remember to mention it in another stream. Or if you want to, you can send me a DM on like Discord or something, or if you really want to know, yeah, like DM me or on the Macintosh Friends and tag me in a tech support channel there or something. Hey, what label maker are you using? I'll probably will remember to look at it tomorrow. But yeah, those like laminated labels seem to stick decently well, and also I guess do withstand some handling. All right, let's just give it one more. Now that I gave it a clean, make sure I didn't like slarm the laser lens. Oh, not happy with my label manager PNP. The battery tends to die. Yeah, this one has a power adapter. I think it can take batteries, but it has a wall wart. I think it came with it. And yeah, it does a decent job of making labels that. I mean, I haven't printed many for sticking on things that I've recapped, but at least the ones I've made seem to have stuck well. So, I have a Dymo that works that way, just a clunky keyboard. I mean, yeah, it's not going to be your, it's not your full-size keyboard, super computer typing experience, but it works. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, you could, they do have a USB port. You can use your full-size keyboard, but you got to install, I think you got to install the Brother software. All right, so there we go. There's our 9001. Gave it a little clean. Got a new caps in the power supply. And a little bit of a clean. Well, there's a little bit more. Let's see, oh, there are vents there. Okay, so let me see if I can maybe get a little more of that dirt out. I don't want to spray it directly because there's openings. Maybe if I can. That looks better. If I can spray wet the corner of my paper towel and tactically. All right. All right. Well, okay. So I got that mostly out. Maybe if I take a Q-tip and that's almost got it. Let me almost got that grime out of the corners here. Whoop. Oh, here we go. I bet this will fix it the rest of the way. Let me take this Q-tip, cut it at an angle, wet the stick with some isopropyl alcohol, and I think that might actually get it into that corner. Wow, that okay. Now, yeah, this is attention to detail. All right, that I think. All right. There we go. I think that's pretty good. There's just a little bit of grime kind of stuck down in the corners. If this is one I sell, I probably will take one last attempt to get that out, or I may even just take the cover off and take the metal off of it and wash it. But at least for me to use in the meantime, because before I sell them, I may at least play test them a little more. Then at least it's clean enough for me to play test. So there we go. All right. Let's see here. I am going to go run upstairs. I can tell that what I had for lunch is going to give me heartburn trouble later if I don't go do something about it now. So I am going to take a short break to go run upstairs and do something about that potential future heartburn so that it does not cause me trouble after I go to bed. So give me a few minutes and I'll be back with another PS1. So, headphone warning because I don't know what the volume levels are on the music. right, and I'm back. And hi, Mike. Welcome. That was a PlayStation power supply. It looks like an LC power supply, but I think it was built better. Oh, a link to my hold music. It's on the YouTube music library. Actually, after the live stream, if you come back to it, I think YouTube will have auto-magically added a link to it. If you'll give me a moment, I can at least give you the song detail. It's on the, in order to find it, you go to your YouTube channel. So I can't give you a link to it because the only link I can get is specific to my channel. But yeah, if you go to your YouTube channel and go to like creator music, then you can search for it. Because I tried to give the link to someone and they told me, dude, that goes to your YouTube channel. Here, let me see if I can look the name of it for you real quick, because if I don't look it now, I'll forget. All right, so let's see here. To find it, you go to YouTube Studio, Creator Music, and we're going to search. I think it's here. That's not it. You know, now that's going to bug me. Oh yeah. Actually, hold please. Let me go look up the name of the song. I'm going to have to put you all on hold to look it up real quick, and then I'll give you the name of the song. So, headphone warning. All right. There's the name of the song. And yeah, it should be on Creator Music. I think if you just search for the name of the song. Yep. Ipanema Daydream by Bird Creek. It is, yeah, it's one of the free songs. So there you go. Now you know the secret to my hold music. Yes, now you know the secret. All right. Okay, so I have two more PlayStation 1s. Neither of these came from the bowling alley lot. Because I've got three more in the bowling alley lot. One is marked, well, one is the one I tried to work on at the beginning of the stream. That it won't read discs, so it's got a bad laser. Another one's marked won't read discs, so it's got a bad laser. And then the third one's missing parts. So anyways, no use working on any of those until I can get a couple lasers. Then maybe I'll be able to fix one or two of them. The one that's missing parts, the one that's missing parts has road rash, so okay, let's just say if I can get two of them working, I'll need to order two lasers to try it, then I'll be happy. That'll give me a few spare parts. Anyways, these last two here, this one came from the thrift shop. It was untested, no cords for $20, and it works. This one is a 5501. So, yeah. I think, yeah, still has the parallel port. I'll probably steal a door from another unit to give it a door. And then this one here, I got at VCF East this past year. It was sold as unable to test because the hold on, I think if I can remove all of these parts. I think we'll start with it because it's already disassembled. Oh, okay. Oh, I must have already removed the testing tag. Or it's on the or it's on the bottom. No? Okay. All right. Let me try to remember. It was, I think, oh yeah, I think it was that the open button was stuck. Unable to test further, I think's what it said. And it turns out the open button just had crud gumming it up from years of Cheetos fingers and other... Let's just not think about what was on the hands of the people using the open button. But as you can see now, after cleaning that, it opens and closes, and it works great. So we're going to start with it because it's already ready for inspection. So it is a 1001. And looking at the motherboard, I do not see any cap problems, so we are just going to do a recap of the power supply, and we'll put it back together. So, yep, it's a 1001. It's got the I/O ports. This one's case is in much better shape, even though there's like label residue on the top. I'm pretty sure if I take the door off so I could actually soak that, I'm fairly sure I could get the label off. And even though the plastic is dingier, this is probably the one that I would sell because it doesn't have a two-tone appearance to it. Anyways, I am going to decline to recap the motherboard, but we will get the power supply. I've got another Console 5 cap kit here at the ready. And then we'll look at the one from the thrift shop, which I have a feeling it's just going to get a power supply recap as well. So it's beginning to look like just power supply recaps all around for the PlayStation 1s. Alright, so let me unplug this. So this hasn't been plugged in quite a while, so yes, I am fairly sure. Because, yeah, I'm not going to keep two 1001 models. Honestly, I did buy... I mean, the lot I bought at the bowling alley, I did buy to resell some of them, so... For channel content and to resell, so... probably at some point, because I am going to, I will do some play testing of these after the stream, just to make sure I'm happy with the console. I'll probably, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour, just kind of enough to make sure the console seems stable. And I suspect I'll probably put them on my coffee store because I suspect if I put them on my coffee store, then I'm sure I will still manage to find someone that will enjoy them. Perhaps one of you watching. Although I probably will have to limit it to like US and possibly Canada because shipping one of these internationally could get really expensive. Canada, well, that and the fact these are NTSC UC consoles, so they were sold by Sony for the US and Canada, so I mean, that's not to say that there's not ways to enjoy them in other countries, but that's a lot of the games that a lot of the versions of the games you would just play on them are in the US and Canada. And although I guess if you really were overseas and you really, really wanted me to check on what it would cost to ship, I mean, I'm a nice guy and I'm always willing to let message and ask, but at the moment they're not for sale. I want to play test them, make sure they're stable, and then when I do put them up for sale, I'll make sure to announce it during a live stream. So I do ask, because I am busy, please don't ask me to send you an email when they're available for sale. I will announce it during a live stream because I don't have a mailing list or anything. I'll just announce it during a live stream. So yeah, that would be another reason to subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I go live, because if you are interested in maybe buying one of the PS1s that I've inspected and recapped power supplies and play tested, then that will be your way of knowing that they are available. So yeah, we'll just since this one's the same as the last Mitsumi one I recapped, I'm going to go through this a bit faster. All right. And once I'm done, I will check the caps once I'm done, because I think the internet would break if we didn't prove to someone how unnecessary this might have actually been. But remember, this is not necessarily now repairing. This is somewhat maybe making sure it's in good repair before it changes hands. And if making sure that you don't have a power supply problem is a small way I can do that, then yeah, we'll do this. But yeah, I don't want to risk. I'm not going to risk a recap of the motherboard, especially on this revision, because there's no polarity markings and no capacitor legends on the motherboard. So, kind of one of those, it would make it 100. Like, all right, risk reward is not there. Also, I could probably pretty much say that given the number of capacitors on a PU7 and PU8 motherboard for a PlayStation, it might not be one that I will. If I ever did repair someone else's console, what might be one I would decline just because of the difficulty level. The newer PlayStations, or at least the 9001, at least it looks like Sony marked the board better. Of course, maybe that's because they learned for in-house repairing of maybe even the boards that have to go through rework in manufacturing. Maybe they realized that, oh yeah, maybe we should put the component legends on the board for our rework department. All right. All right. Actually, all right. All right. Yeah, that's one thing that happens in manufacturing. Why you sometimes see consumer electronics with bodge wires from the factory. Sometimes boards require rework, and sometimes the rework involves adding things you forgot to put on the PCB in the first place. That's not the 47016. That was the 6.3 1000. Yeah, this Mitsumi power supply is actually fairly easy to work on. Yep. For those of you that maybe joined late, missed the first one of these that I recapped. Yeah, the one thing I like about these is Mitsumi put, and I'll show you when after I get this last cap. Mitsumi put the component designators on the bottom side of the board. Even a little diagram between the pins of the components. So it makes it really easy to know which pins you have to desolder to remove the caps. And I think that's how I was able to get through this board so quick. I didn't have to play the guess the pins game. Just looked at the silk screen on the bottom and knew which pins I had to desolder. Granted, I realize There's just some boards that have too much on them to do it, but I guess in reality, these are rather simple power supplies. So there, for anyone that didn't see it, that's the bottom side of the power supply. And if you'll notice, it's like has all the components, even the ones on the other side of the board marked, and little drawings to show you where they go. So there we go. We've got our, I'll draw my smiley faces after I clean the bottom side of this board, because there is some factory flux. I'd like to just go ahead and clean, because a clean power supply is hopefully a happy power supply. So let's go ahead and clean it, and then I will, while it dries, I will all right. So I guess by cleaning the factory flux off, make it easier to inspect the board in the future if there were to be a problem. Although hopefully that recap will ensure that there's not a problem for a good long while. All right. So this isopropyl dries. I may have to. Nope. Okay, that got it. Like a few spots that just were not coming off. But there we go. All right, let's let that dry. All right, while that does that, let's check the caps that came off the board. I have a feeling they're probably all in spec, but this is preventative. All right, so we will start with the, I don't know that this is the smallest in value, but it is the smallest in size capacitor. It is a 47 microfarads. That one's in spec. Just go up the the 470. So yep, that one's still in spec. The 1000. So yep, that one's still in spec. Yeah, none of these had any signs of leaking, but this was preventative. All right, I think that one was also 1000. Yep, that one's still in spec. 2200 microfarad. That's a 2200. Yep, okay, that one was still in spec. And then the main, it's 120. Yep, still in spec. All right, this power supply was still in spec, but hopefully this will mean it'll be stay in spec for even longer. All right. I'm going to make sure the board looks nice. Right, with a little contact cleaner on the top to all right. And we'll, while I'm at it, I will spray a little contact cleaner there. I'll make sure. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead and put this back in the case. And I think I'll connect this up enough to at least there we go. There we go. Let's see here. 2 screws that hold the power supply in. Actually, you know, all I need to power this up to make sure that the power supply works is the motherboard and the power supply, because we'll at least go to the menu. There we go. That looks good. Oh, I guess I did forget to mark the last one. So let me oh, that didn't work great because the board is still wet. All right. All right, we will try marking that again once the board has had a chance to dry. All right. All right. Well, in the meantime, let's. All right. Definitely. Want to be careful without a lid on it, but there we go. Oh, actually, you know, for this one being a 1001, we can make sure the sound is working. Excellent. All right. I don't have the optical drive hooked up, which is why I didn't put a game in. So let's let's uh let's put it back together. All right. So I do need to detach these items. Set that to the side for the moment. All right, the first thing I need is the metal shield. Oh, I may need to... I don't think I've lubricated this optical drive, so... I guess I'll do that before I put the optical drive on. All right. So, first... put the metal shield on, and well, it's okay in terms of... Oh, actually... because of the way I took this apart, we can leave this here. Oh, actually, this would be easier if I took this off and then put it back together. All right, there we go. Now, there we go. I think that... Okay, I think that works. All right. So now that that's together, leave it is. All right. Hold on. Oh, there went the isopropyl alcohol again. Like the second time I've spilled it tonight. All right. There's that, and 4 screws that go in. There's 4 screws that go in before you put the shield on, and then we got these 3 screws. And the 2 that hold the controller on. Yeah. Or 2 that hold the ports down. Or is it 3 that... No, it's 2 that hold the ports down. Oh, and I think I've missed a screw somewhere, so... We got... Oh! Oh, yes, I see the one I've missed. We got there. There. I didn't screw that down all the way yet. That one. That one. And that one. That's the one I missed. That's right. That's why I haven't done anything to the optical drive. When I last inspected this, I didn't have a game. So that's probably why I haven't lubricated the optical drive, because I would have not tried to test it to see that it needs lubricated. But now that I've inspected enough of these, I know it needs lubricated. All right, and here. There we go. All right, so the ones I have left are the case screws, which is correct. All right. So now we've got the logic board. So let's take the optical drive, and I will kind of show you what I do. I don't know if it's necessarily the correct or best way. That's at least the way I've done it before. So usually the first thing I do is I take a swab or something, and I figure out the way that you move this here. Let me zoom in a little so that the carriage moves out. I don't remember which way it is. And the carriage may not... Oh. And because the carriage is probably going to have a hard time moving without some new lubrication, I'm going to apply some deoxit lube on the worm gear. You can see, as well as a little bit inside that gearbox. And now, hopefully, if I move this, it will get some lubrication in there. I am also going to try to get some lubrication on the rail. For the optical drive on this side. And And then I got two more spots where I think there's some plastic on plastic motion. So the first thing I'm going to do is put some on a swab. And I'm going to put some down in here. And then secondly, I'm going to put some more on that foam swab. Try to get some under on this other side where the slider moves. All right. Hopefully that'll be enough that once this moves, it'll maybe cooperate. And now let me see if I can get the... Oh yeah, there we go. It's moving now. So I'm going to try to move this out far enough to get a little bit more fresh lubrication in on the... other side here. And let's see, down... Oh, no. That, I think, is part of the slider mechanism. All right. Well, that should be good enough. All right. So there we go. I've done my best to lubricate that. So now let me unclip the bales here, or whatever they call them. That'll make it easier to get this ribbon cable in. Probably why I had so much trouble earlier. I didn't realize that there were bales, and it wasn't just a... You got to try to jam it in. All right. There's that. And we'll plug in this cable here. And I guess for initial testing, so I can at least see what it's doing. All right, first I'll turn it on. I'm just going to press the button down. I want to see that the carriage moves. Okay, and it did try to focus on a disc that's not present. All right. So now I'll put a disc in. I will push the button. And it did not. First, granted, maybe the laser lens needs cleaned. Oh, hold on. Let me try something here. The cable for the optical drive was hitting the disc. Let me do that. Okay, let's try that now. I clipped the cable, that little cable bundle in. No, I don't think that's the clicking noise I hear. Nope. I can get I think it sees that a disk is there, but it is not. All right, let me clean the laser. Acting like it's possible I'm going to have to replace the laser in this one too. All right, so I just cleaned the laser as gently as I could. To make testing easier, I'm going to don't adjust your sets. We might see if we can remove this label tonight. Especially because it's only 9:23 and that would give us plenty of time to try to... Oh yeah, that cover's on. Alright. So now that I'm not trying to juggle the button, I think the laser might have been dirty. I guess that's possible. I've had this thing disassembled for a couple months. Like, since April. Oh yeah, look at that. We're reading discs. We are reading discs. Look at that. Maybe I was just having trouble pressing the button. That's always possible too. Yeah, we're reading discs. All right. Let me get this thing the rest of the way together, i.e. the screws that go in the bottom. Although maybe before we do that, we can actually before we do that, and just because I don't want to get Windex on the laser, let's see if we can't get this label or whatever it is off the console. So I'm going to apply some Windex. I'm not sure we need to go the route of goof off. I think Windex might suffice. Oh, my phone is in charge. Let me plug my phone in to charge. Lee? Actually, it looks like we are removing the label. A little bit at a time. Oh yeah, it's coming off. Hoping. I mean, honestly, probably possibly what I could do, I could see if the door of the other 1001 unit was the same shade of gray and swap the doors and leave cleaning till later, but I guess the one thing is I know this door matches the rest of this case, assuming there's not like at least for now. I mean, once I get the label off, I might realize that that label's been on there long enough to hypersonic cleaner doesn't handle glue, I take it. Right now my ultrasonic cleaner has fluid for PCBs in it. I don't know that I'd want to. I mean, it'd probably be okay for plastic, but there's probably a better solution for plastic. And it might be enough. I mean, it depends on how on that glue is. This might be more of, I need to take the metal bits off and soak it in warm water for a while. I'm fairly sure I'll be able to get it off. It just may not be Windex in the time frame of a live stream. Get it off. It might be I remove the metal spring and any other metal parts. This goes in the kitchen sink in warm water and dish detergent and soaks for several hours and scrubs and possibly soaks and scrubs some more. Probably a bit of elbow grease, but it looks like I got a lot of the label off just with one pass, so I'm gonna let this soak a little longer because we're good for time. I had a place where I knew it would be level. I would let it soak somewhere else, but we'll leave it here. We're good for time. So I'm sure since I've got a couple that need lasers, we'll probably have another PlayStation stream, but it might be one of those. Maybe I might get one of these listed for sale and then use that to buy lasers. Oh, yeah. Stian says, yeah, no rush on my part. I'm sitting here picking host names. So, yeah, that might be what I do. We'll get some listed and then buy lasers after I sell one. Because I think for two of the units that might need laser, or at least one of the units that needs a laser, I've got to find the extension cable as well for it. For the other one that needs a laser, I think the one that's available just fits. WD-40 works well in label remover. Um, yeah, I guess I could try some WD-40. As much as that. Yeah, because that's pretty stuck on there. All right, we'll try some WD-40. Yeah, that label is pretty stuck on there. All right. So let's see how big of a mess I can make with WD-40. Oh wait, this is one of those cans that I can just um oh, there we go. Oh, it's got a pleasant fragrance. I thought it smelled hydrocarbony. Hmm. Well, I hope it... Now someone says I hope it doesn't discolor the PlayStation. Well, I hope not. I mean I've seen famous YouTubers do this and seemingly are happy with the results, but Stian says if it does, that's not the most appealing gray to begin with. Sadback says that would have been nice to have led with, yeah. Oh, Jesse says I've never used WD-40 to remove a label, so I have no idea. Stian, rare marbled PlayStation, only $29.99. 2,999. That is. No low balls. I know what I have. Offers to pay more gladly accepted. Yeah. I don't think WD-40 will discolor the plastic as short of a time as it'll be on here. Don't, Oh, Sadback says, hit enter too soon, but one of my other hobbies uses Acme cream for stain removal. Stan says, gasoline will get it off, but that could well damage the plastics, yes. Jesse says, look, rare, Ken Kataragi. All right, has this stayed on long enough to, ooh. I, I think the adhesive's coming off. Yeah, yeah, Stan says, I've used gas to get annoying sticky labels off metal surfaces, but I would not try it here. No, I would not either. That would probably most certainly damage the plastic, because I think you have to have certain plastics for gas. Not to mention the vapors would be very bad to try to use in the basement. I'd have, if it was metal and needed something that strong to remove a label from it, I'd have to do it outside and would thus not be trying to live stream it. We will chalk that up to dangerous things that you should not try. Or maybe more accurately, dangerous things that I am not going to recommend that you try because of YouTube. Right, let me at least get the WD-40. Well, some of these PlayStation 1s have smelled like they've been stored somewhere, but this one is going to smell like WD-40, which, quite honestly, might be an improved fragrance. Okay, so there is still a little bit of adhesive residue on the top. Oh, wow. Yeah, that did it. So yeah, let me just do another spot treatment, and I bet the rest of that will come right off. Oh, 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 founder of the PlayStation is who Ken Kutaragi is. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I probably am butchering it. Kutaragi. Well, short of having someone that speaks Japanese in the chat and or knows how to pronounce his name, that's probably a close enough approximation. I will apologize to Ken if I ever meet him in person. Sadmax says close enough, yeah. Stan says, if it makes you feel any better, I've only done gasoline solvent in the garage, not in the house. The monster garage has 12 by 12 doors that provide plenty of ventilation. Yes. Yeah, that would probably be, yeah, at least somewhere where you're not going to have vapors collect and find a flame source or an ignition source. All right, this is working really well. I guess I will have to keep in mind the um, I don't really like WD-40, but this actually is impressive how quickly that worked through the adhesive. In fact, I wonder if actually, there's like two little spots left. And I may just leave them because I don't want to. Oh, no. Actually, I think they're gone. Huzzah! the label residue is gone. All right. Oh yeah, that, and I don't see any marbling, and it looks like I was just using a paper towel, so I wasn't worried about affecting the texture. And it doesn't look like that label was there in a way that could have caused uneven yellowing. So, all right. Let's do... all right. Now I'm going to take some Windex to wipe the outside of the case to get the... Oh, Stian says the hot water soak you suggested earlier should get the WD-20 smell off. Shouldn't take very long either. Okay, well, I guess for now I'm just going to use some Windex so that I don't get WD-40 smell over everything. And honestly, these have a slight musty smell from wherever they... Oh, wait, this is not one of the ones that came from the bowling alley. Okay, this one may not have a musty smell. All right. But yeah, I'll probably give this one a bath just to kind of, because not everyone likes the smell of WD-40. Although it may not necessarily feel obligated to do it tomorrow. But so it may also dissipate on its own and then problem solved. But yeah. So yeah, this one I picked up at VCF East. I think I picked it up for like... Actually, I want to say it was like $10 because it was untested. Or it was like 10 or $15. Because I think the seller was selling the tested ones for like $20 or like between 20 and $30, I think, depending on what was working or wrong with them. I didn't get there early enough to know exactly what they had in the whole pile. By the time I got there, I think everything that was in there that they had left had some sort of an issue with it. And I think some of them were like the plastic just looked, the plastic was in rough shape, or maybe it wasn't reading discs, or like things a geek or nerd could fix easily. But yeah, this one was, I think, like 10 or $15. Spray with Febreze, says Thomas. Actually, the Windex. I think the Windex kind of helped. Anyways, all right, now that I got that label off, yeah, good suggestion. That, I think the WD-40 made quick work of that label. Believe me, I'd forgotten that label was there, but now that I got reminded of its presence, I'm glad it's gone again. But yeah, I think I remember paying like 10 or $15 at VCF East for this. And I'd have to go back and look at my post VCFE stream where I went through what I got to remember how much I paid for it. But yeah. So there we go. Another 1001. Recapped power supply. Motherboard inspected. Reading discs. And this is probably the one I would sell because the case is in better shape. Yeah, the two-tone PlayStation 1, I would probably not be able to sell it for as much because it's unevenly yellowed. In fact, I could almost say that I would almost expect that it might sell for a little bit less than an evenly yellowed one, because at least an evenly yellowed one looks uniform. Whereas the uneven one, some people are going to pay knowing they're going to want to retrobrite it to make it look uniform. Right, there are a few red marks on the bottom of this, but they're fine. I don't know what they are. Probably pen or something. Oh, they're on the bottom. I'm not going to worry about them too much. Alright, but I will take one of my labels. I need a PlayStation wall from PS1 to PS5. I don't want a PS5. Believe it or not. Seems like based on all the repair channels, they're breaking all the time because of that liquid metal and other reasons. Maybe if Sony comes out with a PlayStation 5 Slim, maybe it doesn't have to have liquid metal to... There we go. I did finally, though, get a PlayStation 4. And one of these days, probably on Dave's stream, I need to work on the controller. Alright, let's make sure it still works now that I cleaned it. And I'll go ahead and plug sound in for this test. I mean... I don't think it's reading the disc. PS5 specific that I want to play, so... Had to reset it, and then it's reading, so... I'm gonna have... I may have to flag this one for further testing. Alright. I'm gonna see if it, boots the disc a couple times, so ignore my not letting it run very long here. Alright, I have already tagged it for needs further testing. Alright. Oh, it booted that time. I'm gonna try a cold boot here. So let me give it a moment. I mean, it's possible I had something misaligned or... Maybe the... Alright. Okay. Okay, so... Alright, so I've got it flagged, so I won't, so I'll know that it needs some further testing. Probably what I need to do is try some cold boots. So with the system cold, as it's been powered down for like 20-30 minutes. Um, um, or maybe it was just a fluke. All right. I'll make a note. Cold boot issue, question mark. So anyways, for now, actually, we, yeah, we might try this again after I've looked at the next PlayStation, because it'll have had a chance to cool down. But if that doesn't fix it, then at least I got it tagged that it might have a cold boot issue. And all right. So we have, okay, this one is a 5501. This is the one I got at the thrift shop for 20 bucks. It seemed like it was a good deal for untested. All right, so let's give it a quick test to make sure it's working. And okay, I think the 1001 and the 9001 seem to have better picture than this one. Picture looked a little noisier, but I don't know. Could just be. Could be my imagination. Or it could be that maybe the output is sharper, if that makes any sense. Because if you look at the Final Fantasy graphic in the middle, it looks more pixelated than the other revisions. So maybe Sony removed some part of the video circuit. Maybe they put it back in later revisions. I'd have to go look at the differences between the consoles, but all right, so this one works. I don't know that the noise and is necessarily indicative of a problem, but anyways, all right. But I think before I disassemble this, I am going to take a momentary break. And I will be right back downstairs. So, headphone warning, you'll get some cool wait music in 3, 2, 1. right. Thank you. There we go. All right, let's get this PlayStation apart. And we'll go from there. I would be curious if someone wanted to look up the differences in revisions to see if there's anything in the notes about video quality. Maybe if we get this done in time, I'll pull it up. Also, I was kind of thinking that depending on what time it is when I get through this, that maybe I'll go run upstairs and get my PS4 controller. It's probably a relatively easy fix, although I've never done one before. I need to... Some of the buttons don't work. I suspect the problem is the membrane buttons, and I bought a set of replacement membranes on Amazon. Yeah, about said eBay out of habit, but no, I bought something like that on Amazon. Or we might, well, or I might find a controller and, yeah. Well, or depending on what time it is, I may end the stream early just because. Jesse says, if I wanted to play games, I'd buy a PlayStation 5, end quote. Oh, this is the wrong audience for that statement. Right, you don't like to play the recapping game? Actually, honestly, I suspect these power supplies would probably last a little while longer without recapping, but it at least lets me have the opportunity to inspect the console. Oh, Jesse says it's just a weird mood thing. I understand. I have weird mood things from time to time too. All right, so I got another cap kit. But while I'm in here, let's take a look at the console. Overall, it's in relatively clean shape. All right, I'm going to go ahead and do my little tear down now, and then we'll recap. Just because I think I'm going to discover that, like the other ones, this one is probably also totally fine. Nothing to see here. Move along. Okay, that one is not in this metal shield. In fact, I think I can kind of tell that Sony was cost reducing this version, because I think there's only 3 screws that hold this metal shield on, which is interesting. I think the later version, some of the later versions have 4. Yeah. find that very interesting. That oh, that's because the metal shield. Oh, presses down. Oh yeah, that's right. This revision has copper shielding, but it does look clean. I don't see any signs of capacitors leaking. And if we lift this up, yeah, all right. Okay, at least there's component references on the board and clarity marks. Bruce is asking, when do we get to start playing PlayStation games? Well, I don't know. The thing is, believe it or not, despite the fact that I have a stack of PlayStations I've been working on, I have one PlayStation game. Thomas says the discount bin at Walmart is great for old games. It is, except I don't think my Walmart has PlayStation 1 games anymore. So when I gave the count of how many PlayStation 1 games I have, that was the count of PlayStation 1 games. I have one PlayStation 1 game. All right, the motherboard looks fine. Let's recap the power supply. I got the 3 screws that hold this together back in. Shield snapped in. Let's get the power supply recapped. It's exactly the same as the last 2 Mitsumis, so feel free to ask questions, but I'm pretty much going to zoom through it. There's all right. And I am setting these aside. We will test them at the end like I've been doing. I've got I do have a couple of PlayStation 2 games. We don't talk about PlayStation 3. And I got like 3 PlayStation 4 games. One of which is the remake to a PlayStation game, so and if it says anything, one of the PlayStation 4 games on my wish list is a compilation of Final Fantasy games from various platforms. So, yes, I can confirm the PlayStation 3 has games. I will even begrudgingly admit that I have a PlayStation 3. I have not played it in quite a while, but I do have one. So yeah, obviously have PlayStation 1s. I've got a PlayStation 2, a PlayStation 3, and a PlayStation 4. The only reason I have more than one PlayStation 1 is because I got one at VCF East, and then I got one at the thrift shop that was untested. And then I found the box of PlayStation 1s that was for sale over on the other side of the mountain. And actually, the one thing I think I admitted at some point, but it wasn't really the PlayStation 1s as to why I really wanted to get it. But it had two controllers. One PlayStation 1 controller and a Nintendo 64 controller. And I think I was more interested in having the controllers than the PlayStations, which is why I've said that I'm going to sell a number of the extras. So, yeah, it's just the happy little coincidence that and actually probably the only reason I bought the one at the thrift shop is because I mean $20 was a gamble for channel content. Because quite honestly, I'd have probably been just as happy to have the one I got at VCF East and then be done with it. But I decided though that I guess I was going to keep maybe two of the PlayStation 1s because I did realize that there were some differences between the early and late models that I guess could be beneficial for playing certain games. I was like, and the PlayStation 1 is old, so I guess it's one of those. I guess maybe not the worst thing in the world to hang on to a second one. Because it's not like I couldn't later decide that, oh, it's silly hanging on to two of these because of how reliable it is and sell one and then later in the future then kick myself for doing it. But wait a minute. Where was all right, hold on. I'm okay, so there's 25 1000. Yep. 16 1000. A 10 2200. Yep, and then the 6.3 1000. Oh, hold on. Oh, there we go. I had a capacitor roll off. There we go. That's why I was trying to figure out where I'd made the mistake, and actually the capacitor rolled away. It was underneath the ribbon cable for the optical drive. I couldn't see it. trying to figure out where I installed the wrong capacitor at. Crisis averted. The capacitor had just simply rolled away, so there was no incorrect capacitor to try to find. There we go. So I got two more here. One here. Which is the, should be the, yeah, 470 microfarad. Yep. And then this one here. Yep. There we go. So that is the 3547. And there we go. All right. Excellent. All right, we'll get these last two here. Yeah, I hardly ever play my PlayStation 3 because at some point while I had the PlayStation 3, I bought a PlayStation 1, which, by the way, that's like the worst, kind of the worst name Microsoft could have given the Xbox. Or Xbox One. Did I say PlayStation 1? I meant Xbox One. And I got to playing it more than the PlayStation 3. There we go. Let's recap. So let me clean the... Oh, got two leads there. I don't know. Maybe it had to do with. I think probably part of the reason why I initially got the PlayStation 1 is I have friends that had, or why I got the Xbox One is I had friends that had Xbox Ones, and well, I knew I had friends that had PlayStation 3, so. And then I don't remember when the PlayStation 4 and Xbox, I guess it was Xbox One Series S. Xbox Series X. But I never, well, I guess until recently I didn't buy anything in that generation. And I guess finally I was in the thrift shop, what was it, a month or two ago? And they had a PS4 for, it was priced at $100. He said, I'd probably do lower. Asked, well, what price were you thinking? And he said $80. I was like, sold. That was my kind of my buy point. I guess at that point I'd realized there were some remakes that were kind of up my alley. So that at this point, I think what I've got a kind of the more slightly more context would be required. I actually have an Xbox One and an Xbox One S. Because when I was in my townhouse at one point I decided I wanted a Blu-ray player for my bedroom. I know, I didn't have my DVD nickname yet. So I guess I kind of had looked at things and decided that I would, the best option would be to get an Xbox One S, since it could play Blu-ray movies. And I guess it was near enough the end of the Xbox One's generation that it was, it's kind of that's kind of the best option I had, so I bought one. And then, lo and behold, and maybe someday I'll try to fix it, although it's not as easy to fix, because you have to replace the motherboard. But the Blu-ray player in that Xbox One S, it's fine for game discs, I think. But it takes several tries to get it to play Blu-ray discs. And that's a shame, because I think it's the game disc reason why it's locked to the motherboard. So, but yeah, I still have it, and maybe someday I'll repair it. And quite honestly, now that I got a PlayStation 4, I don't need two Xbox One generation consoles, because actually, at this point in history, streaming services are good enough that I don't need to have optical drives in my bedrooms. I guess this was like the late 2010s, and what I had available in terms of internet in my townhouse and what I wanted to pay Comcast for. And you got to remember, it was a townhouse community. There were way more people on cable internet on the box that Comcast had than even in my current neighborhood. Hi, Joe. Welcome. We have Joe's Computer Museum. Joe says 6 hours. Should be 6.5 hours at this point. So anyways, yeah, maybe someday I'll repair that Xbox One S. Or not. I don't know. Might just as easily sell it for parts. Because, again, I got it because I wanted a second Blu-ray player, but now streaming services are good enough that I'm content with having the ability to play optical media in fewer places in the house. Yeah, Sadmax says, and that's why I don't look forward to having to eventually deal with my PS3's optical drive when it goes. Actually, is the PS3 optical drive console locked? For some reason, I was thinking it wasn't console locked, but maybe it is. I don't usually repair things that new. Oh, all right, well, that one was in spec. I mean, I will repair things like that if I have them and they're broken, but I am not in the business of modern console repair, so I don't know right offhand which consoles do and don't have optical drives locked to the motherboard, but I do know the Xbox One does, because I've got the one that has the Blu-ray drive that doesn't like to play Blu-ray movies, and that is why I haven't fixed it. Because, quite honestly, I only need one. The one, actually, I don't need. Really, I could probably be okay if I didn't have any of the Xbox Ones, but there were some neat games that came out for the Xbox One. And actually, some of them I think are Xbox 360 games that are forward compatible. Though I could fix that problem by just keeping my Xbox 360, which doesn't play Blu-ray movies. So, oh, this is an entirely different optical drive. How? Oh, there's a cover on it. Let me see if I can't open this up. But yeah, anyways, that's kind of my game console modern ones. I really don't play my PlayStation 3. There's not, honestly, although I do think I've got a few of the like re-releases of vintage games for it. But I think the ironic thing is now I think of the re-releases of vintage games that I have for the PlayStation 3 that I would want to play, I think I can now play them on actual hardware. Something. Oh, no, there's not anything wrong with this. Okay, so this has a shield on it for some reason. Probably because Sony cost optimized the drive in later versions and removed the shield. Because the drive, now that I've got the cover off, the drive looks like the same. Anyways, let me lubricate this drive. Sadmax says, my understanding is yes, but there's supposedly a way to pair the new one. That requires bonus software that I'm pretty sure mine doesn't support. Oh, yeah, I think I catch your drift there. Ironically, though, I think, is it the PlayStation 5? It has a discless version, and Sony sells the disc add-on. And you can actually customer install that. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, if anyone else that knows about the particularities of some of these consoles in like in the sense of repairing them, because we're gonna make sure the chat doesn't delve into topics that I don't want it to. Yeah, please feel free to comment. We'll keep it limited to keep the chat safe. We will keep it limited to repairing. And I believe it would be fair to admit that, yes, this console has a drive that is locked to the motherboard or not, because that's just a fair statement of fact. But yeah, I was thinking the PlayStation 5, you could buy the discless version and then buy a disc drive. And I want to say it like comes with the, because actually I think Tronix Fix bought one just to see what the process was like. Yeah, I think you like install the drive, and then on the first boot or something, it you have to have an internet connection because it'll pair the drive with the console, and then at that point, I think that drive is locked to the console. Although that does pose an interesting question, which also, if you know the answer to this, I would be curious to know that if Sony sells a drive kit, does that also mean if your drive failed, could you then buy another drive kit and install it to replace the drive that failed and then be able to pair that drive with your console? That seems like a... Oh, I see why this has a shield under it. It's to keep the ribbon cable from getting pinched by the carriage. Because the ribbon cable goes under the drive. So that's why there's a shield on that. I think Sony changed the direction of the optical drive to eliminate that part in future versions. That's most certainly the case. All right, this has labels on it that I will probably have to WD-40. But, all right, let's see. Optical drive lubricated, power supply recapped. Thomas says, that is way too deep for me. Oh, okay, I see his first comment. First comment was, hold on, I'm looking for my Final Fantasy discs. There they are. I fixed a PS5 HDMI connector. Worst thing I have ever done. That is way too deep for me. Did you enjoy removing the 65 bazillion absolutely necessary screws? Don't tell me that Sony put those screws there out of the kindness of their hearts. Because I'm pretty sure on a cost basis, the accountants would have told them, how about just like do the cheapest thing possible, spot weld the thing closed? But then someone probably said, repairs. Okay, don't know if the optical drive needed extra lubrication because I think it was reading beforehand, but it definitely couldn't hurt. Oh, Thomas says, and the hot air blew off the microscopic SMD parts beside the HDMI connector. Yeah, that's the other thing. Every time I see Tronix Fix repair one of those, all the little diodes and capacitors and resistors that are right near the HDMI port. Yeah. Okay, so this console looks like the power supply recap was successful and the optical drive is spinning smoothly. Let's see if we can't. All right, I'll have to print another one of my recapped labels for this. But let's see if we can't get these labels off. All right, this one here has not been on for a super long time. So I'm going to first see if I can't get a corner of this tape up. And then maybe see if I can't peel this off. Because this is a paper tag. So I'm going to see if I can't maybe peel the tape up. Oh, there we go. And yeah, I paid $20. Somewhere along the line, this cost, or someone was trying to sell this for $80. I don't think that's the same person's handwriting. And that's also presuming that there's not a number here. Because this could actually be a really old tag. So I'm going to try Windex first, because I think there's a chance that this label might be old enough to... Yeah, I think it's just 79. Thomas says, I think it took me an hour to get the connector off and 50 hours to place all the parts. Oof. Yeah. All right. I guess while we wait for that, let me at least give the... Oh, no, let's not do that. I forgot. There's nothing that holds the optical drive in. There we go. Actually, I don't think the bottom of this is too dirty, because I think they might have cleaned it at the thrift shop. Oh, well, there's the thrift shop I shopped at. It seems like everything's fairly clean. I think they do, at least things like this, they at least give it a wipe down. Although this sticker was so stuck, I don't blame them for not trying to remove it. But I'm kind of surprised they didn't put the price tag over that. But so yeah, I think this has been a fairly successful evening. Kind of recapping the power supplies, inspecting them, cleaning them, and yeah, I think I got even a optical drive working that was probably in need of lubrication. And the one that was in this was probably not far behind. I think it was reading discs, but probably wasn't far behind in the needs relubrication department. All right, so let's see what Windex will do here. All right, I think I got my answer as to how long that price sticker had been on it. Well, yeah. We now have a round circle on the door. I think the only thing that might have been worse on a PlayStation would have been if someone stuck an Apple sticker on the top of it and we had an Apple logo on a Sony product. That I would have to call sacrilege. All right, well. Oh, well, no, it's not buff it out. It's a this plastic is yellowed with the sticker on top of it. All right, let's give the case a clean here. Like some residue of something here. It's not bad enough that I want to get the WD-40 out for. At least going to make sure the just getting a few spots inside the disc door here. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. So there we go. There's the inside of the disc tray. That's clean. We got the label off. There's like a little bit of adhesive residue there, but it's not enough that makes me really want to. I'm actually not sure it's adhesive residue, so it's not bad enough that it makes me want to pull the WD-40 out. It's quite honestly minor enough that I'm just going to leave it as is. All right, so let me go ahead and put the case screws back in. And then we will get Goo Gone. Yeah, I might try a little dab of Goo Gone. I don't... Or is it... Actually, I do have some Goo Gone down under my bench. That might actually be... Just for the little spot that it is, that might be just the right substance. And then it'll smell like citrus. Because that's, I think, citrus Goo Gone. Which I'm pretty sure is plastic safe, so yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about using it. Alright, so I wonder if I got a parallel port cover. That was the only other thing that this was missing. Alright, there we go. One console reassembled. Oh, I moved the I'll check later. I moved the box of consoles too far for me to reach. I was going to reach in and see if any of them had a parallel port cover that looked reasonable. All right. Let's make sure this console is still working. Honestly, missing parallel port cover is probably not the end of the world. Oh, that's right. I was going to try the Goo Gone on whatever that is. I think the way I've got some Goo Gone, spray gel, goo and adhesive remover, safe on hard surfaces, carpeting, and clothing. Do not use on silk, leather, suede, rubber, faux stainless steel, unpainted drywall, unfinished wood surfaces, and unsealed stone. So the instructions say to apply it to the mess for hard surfaces, but I think because I don't want the Goo Gone to go everywhere, I'm going to spray it on a paper towel and then dab it over whatever that is. I'm all right. I put Goo Gone on a paper towel. I'm holding it over that substance, whatever it is, while we wait for the. Well, I honestly do think the output from the earlier PlayStation looks better. Oh yeah, we'll try the PlayStation, the one we worked on before this one. Now that it's had a chance to cool down, we'll try it next. But it is, yeah. I mean, this is a FMV sequence. I'm pretty sure of it. It is playing fairly smoothly, or at least I thought it was an FMV sequence. I mean, it is possible that maybe this is not FMV. That would explain why the Final Fantasy logo looks different on certain consoles. But I'd always thought it was FMV because I've never seen it animate entirely smoothly, so that's why I thought it might be. Now that's why I thought it was FMV, just because of the. Oh, there we go. I think whatever that was is now off. The Goo Gone fixed it. Yay for Goo Gone. All right. And now this console smells citrus fresh. There we go. All right, I will show you all here. Let me put the disc back in the case. I don't want to accidentally drop it. So I took some, while that credits were playing to test the system, I held the paper towel with some Goo Gone up to that spot on the console, and it's gone. It is off the console. Oh, I see another little spot. Let me Goo Gone it right there. Oh, I think that's actually... Oh, that's actually a scratch in the console. Okay. There we go. Oh, that looks great. Good call, Thomas. Good call. I think Gugan was the right substance. Because it was just a little spot. All right, we will test that other console here in a moment. I just want to kind of Windex the Gugan off just so this open button also is a bit grimy. There we go. We get the power button. There we go. Beautiful. Other than the spot where that price sticker was. I have a feeling that price sticker has been on this console for 20 years. Yep, that's... I think now there's some scratching on the console. But at least what looked like some adhesive is off that corner. So there we go. That looks great. That cleaned up nicely. All right. So now for the 1001 here. It's in the nice case. Let's see. Now that it's had a chance to cool down, let's see if it boots. So I'm going to try to set it where it was. We had the audio plugged in, so I'll plug the audio in. All right, so okay, that sounded right. I hear the disc reading, or disc movements. Oh. It did it again. This console's got a cold boot issue. Alright, I'm going to see, so bear with me. I'm going to give it a moment to see if it either times out and goes to the menu screen, times out and gives me a disk read error, or maybe eventually boots the disk. But I heard noises like it was trying to seek or maybe focus on the disk, and I don't hear them now. So maybe... I don't know if that's a sign of a bad laser. Certainly, if I buy a replacement laser for the other 1000, or I've got a 1001 in the box that needs a new laser, I guess certainly I can try a new laser pickup and try it in this one first and see if it fixes the problem. But yeah, this one's got a cold boot issue. Yeah, I don't think it's going to boot. Alright, I'm going to hit the reset button. I have a feeling it's going to boot now. And anytime now. I heard little disk seeky noises. No, it's not. Did I maybe slurm the laser while cleaning it? Alright. Alright, I'm going to turn it off. I guess... Well, I mean, I guess if the laser... The laser could have been failing. Alright, I'm going to very carefully clean the laser again. I will let that have a chance to dry. I think I'm leaning towards a laser problem. Alright. Oh. Okay, maybe the isopropyl alcohol's not dry. Maybe the laser finally died. Hmm. The isopropyl wasn't dry then. Alright, because I had my finger pressing the button. Yeah, because it wasn't seeing a disc, although I cleaned it, and now it's seeing a disc. But if I have to keep cleaning it for it to work, I think that's still probably an indication there's something wrong with it. All right, I'm going to let it cool down. Or set for a moment. And then try it again. I mean, it is possible that maybe the problem with this one is there's like something in the laser. Or some contaminant. I don't know why cleaning it would clear it temporarily, but I don't know. I'm not an expert on laser mechanisms, but actually maybe I should ask Brandon Bishop that. He might have seen something like that working on Mazda car stereos. Might see if he knows of any reason why a laser would work right after you clean it, but then if you let it sit, that it would stop working till you clean it again. Because that, honestly, kind of would, like, for example, if I had a floppy drive that was doing that, then I would probably assume that the problem's the floppy drive. That something about it's causing the head to get contaminated while it's being used, which means there's some contaminant in the drive that's getting on the heads. And obviously, if you keep trying to clean it and it keeps happening, then it's the drive. I mean, I wonder if maybe this laser, if there could be some contaminant in it, the environment it was stored in, that you clean it, it stays clean for a little while, but then the contaminant recontaminates the lens. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Of course, it could also be that the assign the laser diode might be failing. That it might actually be well, I've let it warm up long enough that it finally decides to read, and go try to. I'm gonna see if that was long enough for it to not read the disc. Okay, that was an awful long pause. It's like it was struggling to read the wobble track. Yeah, it's the Squaresoft logo, so it's booting the disc. So yeah, you got to remember in the boot process of the PlayStation 1, the initial screen is I want to say that one's in the BIOS. And it's also to give you something to look at and hear while it tries to read the disc. And if the disc is authorized, which is going to mean it's read the wobble track with the code in it, then you will get the second screen, which the PlayStation logo screen. And I want to say that one actually might be on the disc. Kind of in order to see that, it's reading the disc, including it's read that from the disc along with the wobble track to authorize playback. I could be wrong. That might be in the ROM too, and then it turns execution over to the game disc. I don't remember where in the boot process it turns the execution over to the game disc, but I do know that in a working system, I think you'll usually see the PlayStation screen before the first sound has a chance to finish echoing out and fade down. I'll let you listen and maybe you'll notice. Although, given the fact that this is locking up after the PlayStation logo screen, maybe that's the clue that that's in the ROM. And it turns game execution or execution over to the game disk after the PlayStation screen. But the PlayStation screen will not be shown unless the disk is able to be read. That might be the boot process. I'd have to look it back up again. That would be an important troubleshooting clue as to what is wrong with this console. Is it... And I could also totally see that maybe the problem isn't the laser, but it could be the motor to move the head. If there were a problem with that, it was having problem tracking, then I could see how it could move the laser all the way in to read the wobble track, because I think that's in the inner part of the disc. Because a CD is read inside to outside. So maybe it's not the laser, maybe it's the motor. It's able to get to the inside of the disc to read it, to authorize the disc. But then once it's authorized and it's trying to move to the part of the disc where it needs to boot, then it fails. And maybe it locks up because it's not able to lock onto the track in time, and it just kind of locks up. That's a theory. Or then again, maybe it was just the laser lens was dirty again from where I'd cleaned it. Because it has, like, consistently booted the last few times. But, hi Jack, welcome back. Yeah, we got yeah, it's the case art for the game. I think I want to say that's Sephiroth. But I could be wrong. Yeah, this was the time period where the manual was, like, really cool. So, I mean, this is like, how many pages? 69-page user manual. 70-page. I guess, yeah, that's page 0, I guess. Someone might have done that as a joke. I don't know. But yeah, full color. I mean, this thing is full color. Granted, it's got advertisements for the official strategy guide and whatnot in it, but full manual, like how to play the game, full color, cool pictures throughout. I mean, there's the city, the characters. There's all our characters. Oh, I bet. Yes. Sephiroth. Yeah, yeah, I think that's Sephiroth. Looking at the picture. Yeah, they don't make the manuals like they used to. Oh, yeah, they got the same picture on the back cover. So, yeah, I would like to have the Black Label version, but the Black Label version goes for crazy money. Actually, the Green Label version can go for... I think I got this cheaper than usual because the case is cracked, but... Yeah. It's clear from eBay pricing that everyone wants this game. Of course, granted, it was... Even back then, it was probably one of the platform's must-have games. I mean, I mean, if you wanted to play Final Fantasy, you had a PlayStation. Because I guess after the first few were on Nintendo, they moved to Sony PlayStation. So this was a PlayStation console. Yeah, it was one. You had to have a PlayStation to play Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, and 10, I think. Although I think some of them did eventually come out on PC. But if you wanted to play it on console, you had to play it on PlayStation. I think 12, I want to say 12 might have been on other consoles other than PlayStation. Of course, maybe it is still a PlayStation exclusive. I don't know. I haven't really gone back to look. But but yeah, I think this was like one of the must-have games back then, and obviously it was one I wanted now, so I just waited till I picked one up that I thought was at a reasonable price. Okay, a few cracks in the case. It's not reading the disc this time. Yeah, we just went to the main menu. Hardware Hacker says I have a green label version of Xenogears. Yeah, I'm gonna look for Xenogears. Yeah, it oh, let me be patient. It's oh, okay. Jack's asking uninformed question, what do the different label colors mean? All right, so the black label for PlayStation, and this is the original PlayStation, because they changed the label colors for PlayStation 2. For PlayStation, the black label games were the original release. If the game sold a certain number, I don't know what that number is, but if it sold a certain number, then it would get a green label release, which it was their greatest hits release. So Final Fantasy VII definitely sold probably well in excess of the number needed for green label. And basically the greatest hits was kind of usually it would come out at the time where the game had been out for a while, and the greatest hits would be like so the game when it was new would maybe be like $39.95. I don't remember what the PlayStation, this one actually for a 3-disc game, it might have been $49.95. I don't remember what the price was, but after it sells so many copies, it gets its greatest hits release, and I think greatest hits were usually like $19.95 or $24.95, so it would be lower cost. But that's what the green label is. That means that game sold enough to get a greatest hits release. And now it's reading the disc. I think the laser's on its way out. That is probably the most logical explanation. And now it's not reading the disc. I bet the laser is going on its way out. But anyways, yeah, so Xenogears, yeah, I recognize that game. Yeah, it sold more than enough. It got a greatest hits. Yep, Siphon Filter, yeah, it had greatest hits. I want to say, so Final Fantasy VIII also had a greatest hits. That one also was a PlayStation game. Yeah, there were a number of games that got greatest hits releases. Then there were plenty of games that didn't sell enough and never got one. Yeah, this, all right. I suspect we have a laser issue on this console. So, I guess its next step is going to be yeah, I guess probably its next step is, so I've got a couple consoles that I know have bad lasers because they just will not read discs at all. So I'm going to have to order a laser or two to try to fix some of these PlayStations. Probably when I order them, I will go ahead and order 2 lasers. Because I'm fairly sure, or I'm at least confident enough to know that if I put a new laser in this one, then hopefully it'll work. Because it seems like the struggle with this one is discs. And it seems like it's just, we'll get stuck trying to read the disc. And I think of the other consoles that I have down in the box, I'm suspecting that both of them may be fixed by lasers. But I kind of will hedge my bets. Kind of one of those things I don't really want to have a spare laser assembly sitting around. So I may hedge bets and buy 2 lasers, because that would be enough to, like, hopefully fix 2. But I can always test it in the third to see if I buy another one, will it fix it? So I think my next step will be to order probably 2 lasers, and I'll have to order an extension cable for, because the laser cable needs to go in a different place on some of the consoles. Now I'm not going to do that. In fact, I may not work on PlayStations again until January. So I may set this on the shelf, but I'll set this somewhere where, since I've bothered cleaning it, where it will hopefully stay cleaner. So that's kind of that one. Then I got the other 3 in the box, 2 of which are probably repairable. I think they're in the we need lasers boat. But anyways, hopefully the yeah, with some lasers I can test and make sure that I'll fix them. So that'll be good there. But we did get, I think, 3. Yeah, let's see here. We got, so we recapped 4, I think, total, and 3 of them work. Although I just noticed there's some more grime on the side of this one. But anyways, it works. I got to print a label for it, but it works. And the other 2 I've taken upstairs also work. Oh, that's going to bug me if I don't wipe that. I know I'm trying to since it's 11:30, I think I've decided that there's no point in starting something else, but at least I can wipe the grime away that I've found on this. So I can at least say that, hey, I got 3 repaired and they're also clean. So probably what I will do, and I know this will be such a sacrifice, but I will probably playtest these. And in fact, maybe I might do some playtesting like Thanksgiving Day. I won't stream it, but I will when I do the playtesting, I'll give you all a report of how well they did. But that'll give me a chance to test controller ports again, and also kind of the give it a chance to run for a little while and make sure it doesn't like freeze or lock up or have graphical glitches. But yeah, that's what I'll do. That way I can at least enjoy some game time on Thanksgiving. But there we go. Yep, that looks much better. So I got the also, I will see if I got a spare parallel cover for this one. I mean, what I could do is probably snag a parallel cover from another console, but yeah. So I guess overall we got 3 power supplies recapped, inspected, and cleaned. And we have 1 that's been recapped, but we need a laser to confirm, because it looks like we got a laser problem. And then I have 2 more that I want to at least confirm a new laser will fix them before I recap them. So maybe after December, maybe I will we'll do another PlayStation 1 stream, and by then that'll let me have a chance to get some lasers. And yeah, Stan is looking forward to the next Mac stream. All right, I think in the month of December I will have some occasional Mac streams. I don't think I'm going. I think I will try to do a few Mac streams, even though it's December, just to break the monotony. But I probably will go kind of heavy on DOS streams in December, because I'll go heavy on Mac streams for March and Tosh. Stan says DOS is good too. Yeah. So I will at least maybe try to throw a Mac stream into December just to break the monotony. Because I would kind of like to maybe... of course, if someone wanted to donate a DOS-compatible Macintosh to the channel, that could be cool. But anyways, Thomas Armstrong has sent me a Thingiverse link. Oh, okay. Probably the parallel port cover. Yep. All right. All right. Well, well, I'm not logged into Thingiverse, so I'll keep that in mind. I may print one. Honestly, if it's one for me, I might print it. But if I sell the console, I think I'd rather have one that's gray plastic, just at least so it looks right. So, quite honestly, I may steal a parallel port cover off of one of mine and 3D print me one. Jack says it'd be fun to have a DOS compatibility card for no reason in particular. Yeah, no, I was not trying to steal your DOS compatible card. That was just an open, if anyone had one, that they're like, oh, what to do with it? But yeah, yeah, there was, I guess, I was probably 6 months ago. It might have been back in March or April. There was a Mac that showed up on eBay that had a DOS compatibility card on it, and I was about ready to buy it, and then I let another YouTuber buy it instead, because they'd been looking for one for like a really long time. So the hardware hacker says, I may have a spare Apple IIe card for LC. Cool. Oh, that would let me run ProDOS. ProDOS is DOS. Thomas Armstrong says DOS days, yes. Anyways, yeah, so yeah, I let another YouTuber buy it because they'd been looking for one forever, and that Ian says may want to save the Apple IIe card for, yeah, April Apples, yes. Jack says ProDOS is DOS, lol. All right, cool. All All right, I think with that, I'm going to draw the stream to a close because there's no sense starting anything else. So, anyways, Tartar Hacker says, pro December, yes. All right, so Friday, starting at 4 o'clock, because I am apparently crazy. I am going to do a Packvember stream. Packvember being the month for Packard Bell computers. I did not feel the need to do all Packard Bell all month, obviously. But I do at least want to do a Packard Bell stream for Packvember, because I think Billy Core put it together. He seems to be pretty nice. I never met him, but seems to be a pretty cool guy. So I'm going to do a Packvember stream. Jesse says, they just said DOS. No other rules applied. Yes. So we're going to look at my Packard Bell that has the red trim kit installed, and I will hopefully have a chance to actually go, because I would like to start where I can, adding a little bit of history to some of these streams. I will see if I can't find an advertisement for the trim kit to maybe have some pricing as to what it would have cost you to add different color plastics to your case. By the way, if anyone ever finds a blue one, not 3D printed. I've tried 3D printing case parts for those Packard Bell cases. They never fit right. But if anyone ever finds the actual original blue trim kit for a Packard Bell case, I would be interested. But anyways, I managed to find a Packard Bell that had the red trim kit. And it was probably an absolutely stupid reason to buy a Packard Bell, but we're going to explore it, because every Packard Bell I've seen on YouTube, until tomorrow inevitably, because the algorithm's now going to show me the videos I haven't managed to find, but everyone's Packard Bell on YouTube seemingly has the gray trim kit, the one that came with the computer, but I found one with the red trim kit. So we are going to explore that Packard Bell for Packvember, and that'll be Friday, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern. We are not... Hardware Hacker says, get the green trim. Oh. So folks will get green with envy. Jack's asking, will the CPM count as DOS? Probably not. Actually, I don't think the trim kit was available in green, as much as that joke would be awesome. I think the colors available were blue, red, and a third color, which I can't think of right now, but I don't think it was green. I want to say it might have been like yellow. Anyways, that gives me a research assignment. I will see if I can't find some details on the trim kit so we can learn maybe why they didn't sell. Because I don't remember how much they cost, but I have a feeling it was a ridiculous cost for in a time period where people were not into modifying their computer to customize it. In fact, maybe Packard Bell was ahead of their time, just simply selling you a trim kit for your computer, because it's not like people were busting down the door of Sears to buy RGB kits for their Hewlett-Packard and their Compaq. They weren't. Hardware Hacker says, if you could get it to print properly, you could do green. Jesse says gimmicks. Yes. I might have to go back and see why I couldn't get it to print properly before I try to... I don't know if Sears sold the kits. I don't know which of the retailers sold the kits. It's possible the problem is none of the retailers wanted to carry them. That could be one of the reasons why you hardly ever find them. All I know is that they were available. Because I think at one point I ran across the press release or an ad. So I don't know who carried them. I don't remember if they were like $24.99 or $29.99 or maybe $49.99 or what the price was, which honestly $49.99 would have probably been ridiculous for 3 pieces of plastic. But yeah, I don't know which of their retailers may have sold them. For all I know, it might have only been 1 or 2 of their retailers, and maybe Sears was not one of them. Because I do think Sears was one of the bigger retailers selling Packard Bell. But anyways, I'll see if I can't do some research and find some info on it so that we can properly explore the red Packard Bell. Note, the trim kit replaced the dark gray plastic with so the top of the case is still like the not, Packard Bell, it wasn't beige, it was more like a off-white than a beige. But anyway, yeah, it replaced the bottom plastic. So anyways, that will be Friday. That'll be cool. And then for next week, I'll be back on my regular schedule of Tuesday and Thursday. I'm still kind of trying to decide if I want to do Monday or Tuesday. I do know next month there's at least 1 week where I will do Monday and Thursday. But I think next week is feeling like a Tuesday and Thursday week. Only because since I'm streaming Friday, it'll at least give me a couple days before I stream again. So yeah, I think next week will be Tuesday and Thursday. And I haven't totally decided what to kick December off with. Jack says, off-white and beige, such bold choices. Yeah. So I'm not exactly sure what I want to start December with, but it might be, it might possibly be the 486 that you see right there. I know you can't tell which one it is, but anyways, yeah, trust me. So that right there is a case with nothing in it. Yes, that's a bunch of paint cans that don't really have a home, and probably half of them are dried up by now. They're like the paint cans for... I need to go through those sometime and figure out which ones are paint colors that still exist in the house and which are ones that people were too lazy to throw away when they repainted rooms. But yeah, behind that case and the sea of paint cans, honestly, I think that's like 8 to 10 paint cans. And on top of that box that just has bubble wrap in it, there is a 486 computer. If my T-Rex had arms that were any longer, he could take a bite out of it. But that might be what we start with. But I'll have to decide. Because we could just as easily try to start with that PC that won't post. Because it would kind of like to get it off of its horrible perch. But anyways, I'll have to think about that over the weekend. Estian says, I went through my collection of paint cans and about half were dried out, so I took a photo of the labels in case I need more in the future. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. But yeah, it's low priority. After all, I think not that you can tell exactly what that is right there, but I think putting that K-Pro back together is a higher priority than those paint cans. Jack says, ha, I did that last year. Harder Hacker says, I found a copy on eBay if you're interested, but it might be more than you want to spend. Yeah, go ahead and send me the eBay link. I'm always game, but yeah, it might be more than I want to spend. Anyway, yeah, Jack says, paint goes bad quicker than you think. Yep, for sure. Oh, Xenogears. All right. Anyways, I think with that, I am going to draw the stream to a close. I'd like to thank you all for Discord. I don't, because I'll open Discord when I get upstairs. So yeah. Stan says it's so inconsistent. I just touched up an area with paint that's 8 years old. Other paint didn't last a year. Yeah, exactly. anyways, yeah, I'd like to thank you all for joining me for my epic length stream. Ian says, I feel excluded from Discord. One of these days, I'm going to finish setting up my Discord channel. I just want to make sure I do it right so that it doesn't turn into chaos like some Discords I'm a member of and hardly ever participate in because they're... actually, maybe I did finally unjoin one of them. But anyways, there's some that are hot messes, and I don't want mine to be a hot mess, so I would like to set it up right someday. But that's not this week. I got things I got to do this week. So anyways, thank you all for joining me, hanging out, being cool in the chat, the useful suggestions for repairs, making sure that my T-Rex didn't devour the basement while I was taking hydration breaks. And with that, I'd like to wish you all a great rest of your evening. Hope to see you all here next time. And I was about to click the wrong button. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.